out the voice. It's working. So, yesterday was fun. I was looking at 23 playing the game. I saw some bugs, but that's okay. I loved him as a streamer, like the way he played and so on. Very cool. I'm gonna give him a shout out somehow. 23. At least when we're gonna have like viewers, a bit more viewers, I have to shout you out. So, if I'm looking a bit of the backlog that we have to work on, is that if we press play and then something and press start again, the pause unpauses, if I'm making any sense. Let me see that. Is this in the bug tracker somewhere? No. If pausing while in inventory, unpausing resumes the game while still in inventory. This is something that was reported by Logan. So this is what I'm trying to do here when I handle toggling pause. So if I have like game state pause menu and I press this one, I want to go set it back to battle, but I'm just looking at which game states do I already have in here. And I think I have in inventory as well. Do I use it ever? I don't use it. At least I don't believe I use it. 1 second. Because here in inventory, I have a separate HUD for the inventory itself, like inventory state. Now this isn't the best way to organize things, guys, but yeah, that's just how it is. When you're deep down. Let's see, set inventory state. Can I get somewhere? This is the inventory state itself. Or is it? I want to find a default property where I store the value. This is for focusing. Here we go. This one. So here I'd say if global game controller. No, actually, I think I have a player here somewhere, Player HUD, or where do I have HUD? HUD, unit. I don't have it referenced here, of course I don't. Little bit. Global. Or do I? I do, in control system. Good old Philip. So if player HUD inventory system inventory state equals to inventory state inventory, I mean it's not closed. You know what, this is gonna be the check. Close. There we go. So what we do is we're gonna only resume the game if the inventory is closed. Otherwise we don't resume it. So this should fix that bug, at least in theory. Let's try it out. I was also messing a bit with the controller yesterday and I noticed a little weird bug that if I wanted to go from item slot UI 1 to left, sometimes it worked, sometimes it didn't. I was really long convinced that this was working pretty well, but for some reasons, for buggy reasons, it didn't. So yeah, I'm gonna try to squash a couple of bugs, and as we get more drive, we're gonna work on the cartridges a bit. Yeah, I've started to spawn this dude here just to test him out, because yesterday he like stopped attacking. This is also a bug as well. So anyway, I do this, I open, I close, it's still why does it do it? Okay, time for background music. And I'm so freaking thinking about the release date, guys. I'm not sure, so about 21st, maybe 28th. The thing is that I have to release it this month, so I need some funds that I can pay, you know, the bills. That's the problem. I can't like stretch it very far. So if I release it on 28th of May, I would get payment for 3 days in June. That's what I'm counting on. But based on the wish list and so on, it looks just terrifying, man. It looks freaking terrifying. So we'll see how that will work. It's gonna be interesting. But, no time to whine, time to work. So, if player HUD inventory state equals to closed, I resume the game, and that's, Interestingly, I don't think this is working as it should be working. We'll see. I wonder if I call resume game somewhere else as well. This could be a problem. So I call resume game from game over menu, which is okay, and pause menu. Ah. Uh-huh. So when I close this menu, like, I resume the game. But I shouldn't do that. Here, like that. Then the problem is that I bypass the logic of the resume itself. Game controller. Resume game. It's a simple function that sets pause to false. And in the control system, I do this. Okay. Okay. Close menu. I'm putting it here. It's getting bigger and bigger, you know? Bigger and bigger. I can't tell you how big it's gonna get. Resume if something, How should I call you? I don't want to mess with the resume function itself, like, in that way. Should I call it handle resume, because we're gonna handle other checks? Maybe we're gonna do that, and we're gonna make this resume private, so we're not gonna touch it anywhere else. This is gonna be called here, and all the logic regarding the resume is going to be slapped in here. So I have like base on close menu. I stimulated it hard. Well. Oh man, the coffee. First coffee in the morning is the best thing like ever. Yeah. So. I want to see what's going on here. Wow, that just feels wrong. It's not gonna be the prettiest thing ever, but it's gonna be something that's gonna work. At least I hope so. Ah, fuck. Caca. So what's new, Simon? Something cool going on your side? Or same old things? With the clientele? Any new pictures on the forum? or on the betting, you know? About what? New position or you're interviewing somebody? Aha! Nice, nice, nice. Good to hear that. I don't know what I'm gonna slap in the logic in here. Not gonna do it any other way around. That's it. Once a spaghetti, always a spaghetti, I believe. And untangling the spaghetti becomes harder over time. Well, you remember yesterday we made a banjo player and some bug fixes, and that's it. And now today I want to fix more bugs and create new cartridges and so on. Yesterday even 23 streamed the gameplay. It was fun seeing him play. I saw where I can add actually more content. There's a lot of potential to keep on working on this game as well. But I think that for starters I want to clean a bit of a backlog regarding the freaking bugs. Like these simple bugs. Simple in quotation marks. The problem is that I'm managing state here and I had like a state thingy that should be handling itself, but I don't anymore. It broke after a while and I'm looking for a good playlist. I just have to fall into a good mood for everything, so yeah. That's what's going on now, currently. Otherwise, nothing special. So I'm looking if player HUD inventory state is closed, then I can resume the game. Otherwise I don't do anything. And that's okay. That's how it should be, I believe. But what happens when I open the pause menu? Pause menu. Do I have something here? On close menu, on resume. On close menu pressed, okay. I should have like a handler in the game controller itself and just grab the events, but yeah. On resume, and this is coming from game menu. Make connections between buttons, that's okay. Not a problem with that. Hiding the sprites and everything, that has to be hidden. But the pause menu, as soon as I open it, where do I have it? Aha, on open menu I have pause game, that's good. Last focus element before open, I save it, so if I close it I actually can refocus it. And I focus on the first button, okay. Then I close the menu. On close menu, I resume the game, but why the hell do I have this here? And on resume pressed here. Now on resume is happening with the resume button, I know that. But why do I handle on close menu a bit differently? Game menu. On close menu. Aha, it's only managing the visibility of the whole thing. Okay, but is it wired somewhere in? Is it wired? Game menus. Ah, I close all of them. Wow. There's open menu, I close all the old menus. And there's like, aha. Okay, 1 second. Okay, okay. Just a second, writing an SMS. This is a bit weird. I think this is... Just a second. Okay. It's in Slovenian and I know all this stuff in English, so I'll have to think about everything twice to translate it to Slovenian. Don't know why you would have like an interview in the freaking Slovenian. I mean, the terminology, I wouldn't care about it too much. Terminology to translate it over to Slovenian because it makes no sense. Probably the biggest pain in the ass when I was writing like degree translating stuff, like what the hell. On open menu and then I do something on close menu. 1 second. Oh, I mean, the origin of the development and all basically originates from, you know where. So trying hard to translate stuff like that is, I don't know, I get it. I kinda do, but still. This pause menu is bugging me a bit, because if I close it and I close on close menu like whenever I close something, this isn't gonna be working well. Huh. There we go. I mean, if somebody knows how to bullshit around with words, that's you, Mr. Simon, you know. So I don't really have any doubts that you're gonna have like I believe in your success, I'm gonna tell like that. You should be a salesman if you're not gonna be a developer anymore anytime, you know. Yeah, well, saying it how it is. Saying it how it is. Right? I mean, don't take it as an insult, take it as a compliment, dude. You know how to sell like a freezer or a fridge to an Eskimo. You know, like the saying goes, not for me, not for keeping the stuff cold, but as for the shelves. Thank you, but no. Okay, on close menu, base on close menu. This is toggling the visibility. This is resuming the game. I don't want to resume the game. Fuck that. Sorry about swearing, but why should I be focusing on last opened element before I got here? I think I could do that here. Let me just check out this theory, what's going on here, because this is kind of bugging me. But on close is being called when? This is just the pause menu. I can call the close. Oh. I have something weird with this thing, definitely. Game menu. There's like... No, not this one. Yeah, it's just the visibility. See? Make connection between buttons and visible. That's what I do in the base class. This pattern is fucked up. I should have had... I mean, I prefer the pattern, not really know how to call it, but like you make only on open menu and then you don't have to call the base menu. You override only the child and yeah. So... Don't be too judgy. It is what it is now. Not the best practice. Something that's gluing the code together for now. Okay, now I move this up down here. I'm gonna try to slap this one away and just see what we are doing if I uncomment this with the pause state. I didn't like that if you close the menu that we resume the menu, like resume the game. That's a problem. I like it if we resume the game then, if we press resume, but somewhere inside I have to have like an universal control for closing the menus, like close menu, something like that. Toggle. No. Menu, no. I know that in control system. Toggle pause. I have the strings mapped. Where I'm looking if I'm changing the state to pause menu, and of course this is being handled here in the game controller, right? Because why not? Spaghettification. You don't want to see the code for... Oh man. You know, then cheeky quotes come to mind and you take them by heart. The one who works since Dordela tagreši or something like that is the Slovenian word for that. Don't want to live by that rule, but yeah. That's actually what happened in this mess. Shop, game menu size, show pause menu here. That's when I toggle it to pause. That makes sense. But when I close it, I set it back to battle. I close the menus. Hide game menu. Just a second. Back. I mean, I have so many distractions today that I can't keep focus for like 15 seconds, guys. Yeah, a little bit, I'd say. Little bit, you know. If somebody comes on a visit, that's okay, but outside, if you would like to pet her, she's like, yeah, she wants to go away. Rather. But the progress was big from the time we got her. That's definitely something I can confirm, and you can confirm probably as well. Let me see. Show game menu notes. No. Pause menu. Blah, blah, blah. High sky parallax background. Okay, that's all. But then I go handle toggling pause, and then here I have, if I have this state, I resume the game. Why do I do that here? I shouldn't be working with the state, I mean resuming the state here. I'd rather have this out of the control system, this game controller, resume game, and handle this somewhere else. Because if I change the current game state, I notify the controllers and everything that something's happening. That's what I know, and then I can have simply this check. But in game controller, I have a current state and I emit game state changed, which isn't bad, but where do I handle these things? I have camera controller for itself. Each one of them is handling the pausing, and the pause is connected to the in-game stuff. Do I handle it in level itself? Level controller. Because we don't need it in the main menu, we need it here. And here I'm destroying the old level and so on. But what about normal level? Yo! Logan, how's it going? By the way, thank you for testing out the stuff yesterday. I saw that you confirmed a lot of bugs that were fixed then. So that was cool. 1 second, I'm gonna dump this somewhere here. I just wanna see. This was the change. But then I had a change of inventory. Aha. I've been awake since last stream, finished coding project today, so pretty happy with that. Oh! Awesome, dude. But man... You've been up a long time, huh? Buddy, you doing okay? Fuck it. Not gonna touch it. Not in the mood. Undo, undo, undo. Not in the mood of touching this scrap now. Because interactions all the time. Gonna work more creatively today. Gonna slap this thing together off the stream. Okay, that's okay here. And that's okay. If I go a bit here, take a look, what did I do in pause menu? I just wanted to see what's going on with this. On close. Okay, I'm gonna start it now. Just check it out a little bit. Huh, my body just really wants to be nocturnal. Well, nocturnal animals sleep during the day. So, you know what I got, what you gotta do, buddy. I get it, man. I had like completely off biorhythm and during the college days. I believe that the standard was to go to sleep at 2 AM. But that's not nearly as late or as early like you're going on. What? Did I make it work? I guess I did. I fixed it. So if I have inventory opened, I press escape, it's not paused anymore. Hello. But the day is when all the shops are open. Don't do that to you. I mean, dude. Something being open or closed is just a state, you know. Now this bastard usually stops attacking. That's one of the problems. He needs some good compendio tunes. Let's see if I go here. I think it works. Let me just check it out with the controller if everything still works correctly. So I open the inventory, I open the pause menu, I close the pause menu, I close the inventory. I think it works well. And a lot of people were complaining that the game doesn't pause when you're talking, right? That's a big issue that I'm not gonna tackle, guys. Because you talk just a couple of times during the game. Maybe you're gonna have to be a bit more careful if you try to talk to NPCs. But then when the shop opens up, it's okay, you know. So yeah, not gonna go there. Because the whole cutscene system and everything that moves around has to be movable. The game shouldn't be paused. If you go to inventory, if you go to the tutorial. Problem is that if, in that case, I would pause the game and it was a cutscene. Now what's going on here? I thought it worked, huh? But looky, it's not working as it should because, you know, something broke 2 steps down the line. Freaking hell. Quit to main menu. The black screen appears because everything is still paused. But that's okay. Because that pinche pendejo that we have here is gonna work on something. I was on a controller, yes. If the state went from pause menu to on quit to main menu pressed, I should just slap the resume game and be happy about it, you know, like get out of here, like that. Okay, sorry for not looking at the chat too much. Good old crash, but here we go. No, dude. It should be the same thing. The bug is that I actually resume the game from somewhere else. Now, I don't resume it every time you close the menu. That was one of the problems, and I was getting like weird focuses and so on. So maybe by addressing this issue, I actually could have killed 2 bugs. Don't know how many I'd introduced, but you know, count the ones that you see. The ones that weren't discovered yet, they don't exist. It's like Schrödinger thing, you know. You don't know. I had a controller issue, dude. I just haven't tried it for this game. Please do try it because I had some menu issues. If I wanted to move from inventory slot to the left side to like Alma button, something weird was hogging the focus. But I think I fixed it yesterday, so ignore that bug for now because I'm gonna add a new build up later today. And then that's when I'm gonna ask you if you checked these issues. But okay. I resume. I click this. I click that. Okay, let's see what's happening with the shop. Show me the stuff. I open, I close, I open, I close, close. Good. Pause state. Now I go to main menu. And the game works back. I think we did it. So, I'm gonna mark that putty de poo poo as testable. Just a second. By the way, Fifi, can't wait to see how żółty se. What? Just a second. Go here to the spreadsheet. I'm gonna mark it. Now this was we have like need testing, but then there's like if pausing inventory. I'm gonna add additional state like waiting or in fixing. Or fixing. And this color is going to be, I don't know, let's make it colors, 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 blue. Done. So then I know once I finish the stream that I can simply make these things like need testing. There we go. A bit modified. Logan, I'm really happy how you organized this spreadsheet. We don't have to use a Trello or what is it called? Jira. We just work on this and it works. Aha, any ideas what's up with the commands replacing items on scene change? I thought that I fixed this. I'm not sure for which version this was reported. Let me just see that bug again. It was somewhere. That's like item. No, honey steak. Where is that one? Huh. Moving to a new scene, 5.6. Okay, I'm gonna try to duplicate it now. Just a second. If I go here and I press... You mean if I change it here, like wooden bow to this position. If I change it, the wooden bow will be gone. And it will be replaced by the item command. 1 second. I think that the load times increased, not sure why. Ah, I see. The problem is here. Ha, motherfucker. Sorry about that. Sorry about swearing, but I hate this bug. It's a nasty one. That's number 4. Back to inventory system. I thought that I fixed it. Inventory system. Add starting items. Unit AI. So if it's false, this is what's working for the player. I iterate over stuff. This is regarding the equipped cartridges. I don't care about that. Then I start loading the data from the inventory resource of the player unit. And that's good. I skip the board and cartridge item slots because those are special ones. Load commands if slots are free. This is a problem. Because I have equipped commands by slots and then I save this like in the current profile. So that's a profile resource. String name by string name. That's okay. That's the slot ID. And I iterate over all the slots. And if the item slot isn't null, yo, that's not okay. If item slot isn't null, so I'm looking for an item slot that has the same ID as this key value, equipped commands by slot IDs, but I should not be checking item slot is null. I should also check probably an item slot item. So if item is null, it means that I can place the command here, if I make sense. If it's not null, I shouldn't be able to place a command here, because I'm adding Just a second. Find item data. We're gonna be debugging this a little bit. Here we go. Yeah, thanks Logan for reminding me. Have a great rest, buddy. Hope that a lot of things will get done by the time you wake up. Here we go. Let's first see what's gonna happen. So we have the default one here. I'm gonna move it here. There's no proper ID. Only text editor, which is Visual Studio Code, and it's above everything else. Ha! That's just how it is. Okay, this kind of worked. It didn't get overridden, but these commands down here, they're replaced. And I noticed an annoying bug when I hover over with the mouse over the item slot. That's with the new fix, when I was trying to fix that thing that I can't move to the left. I'm gonna try to fix it as well. Okay. But let's go to restart. The items are set correctly now. Now if I want to remove these, there we go. I go here and I move sword to here and here. So we should have like a tank shield first, and then we should have the sword and bow and some space between that. No, not plus, not plus was yesterday. Yesterday, a Reddit post. Okay, now this kind of worked, but those didn't get deleted, so this is bugging me. Close to fixing it. Yesterday Reddit post. It actually got some new wish lists, man. So if you're on Reddit, I'd appreciate it if you take a look. Maybe click upvote or something like that. And yo, who came up here? Who came up here? I can't believe it. I'm gonna call him Mr. George. How's it going? Yeah, guys, if I had a camera, I would be blushing now, you know. But I can't blush. Because I'm never gonna have camera, because that's the thing when the memes come out, you know. I can't pick my nose anymore. So, that's it. Yeah, regarding yesterday, the wish lists, 5 new. Which is like, you know, sadly a lot compared to other days. Oh fuck. Oh, you're just stealing the words out of me, man. Can't wait to see you physically, so I can give you a big hug, you know. Press you against my I'm not gonna tell you what. But I'm waiting for that as well. So that position got saved, which is okay. But now I want to see if this is going to do 3 ice damage or not. if I fixed this or not. Of course I didn't. Because why would have I? Logan! Bye, dude. Bye, bye, bye. How's your progress going, George? Or maybe I should be more Latino. Jorge. I gotta stop. Anyway, probably quick fix is Ice Bolt Rune. You guys working on something new? Last time I spoke to you, you told me that you and Mr. Voogie are utilizing like AI to its full potential, right? So, I wonder what you guys are cooking. I'm gonna slap here ice damage. And I'm gonna give it the amount of 3, because Ice Bolt isn't as hard as the Ice Ball, Snowball, Frozen Ball, or whatever I call it. And then I should trigger this on parent weapon dealing damage. Item effect target type. It should be only affecting the enemies. I don't want it to trigger on poor old allies. Okay, I can remove this one, I believe. That's good. And I ignored the dead units. That's good. Max targets under the effect is 10. I should make a default one a bit different. And then in the stacking, let's go with unique per key, and the key is gonna be ice damage passive. And that's okay. And we have the chance of this triggering like 100%. Let's save it. Try it again. Hopefully it's not gonna break, but yeah, I don't have high hopes. We'll see how it goes today. Nah. That's good. That's good, that's good. I'm still waiting for my coffee to kick in, you know. I drank it like a couple of minutes ago, but I just don't feel the push yet. So that's usually the time that I get my 15 minutes between the streams, because you know, oh, 23, dude. How's it going? Did you had another run yesterday in the evening? By the way, I'm just currently looking at this Ice Bolt Rune. Is gonna deal its passive damage, because I noticed that not a lot of runes were configured correctly regarding their passives. And I want to see what's gonna happen now. Now, on hit, yep, it deals damage. Great, we fixed it. Like, boss is not attacking. That was a pain in the ass, man. We're gonna have to debug it. Debug it, kill the bugs, and so on. But I'm sure we're gonna do it. What do we have? Nothing special. I gotta make Snip start selling back potions, because I think that there should be like one potion source on the overworld. When is the release? I was just telling, man. Yesterday I told 23 that the release should be on 21st of May, but you know, it has to be in May. I know about that, because otherwise there's not gonna be enough dineros to pay stuff. And I hope that at least something gets earned in the early access. But leaning from 21st to 28th now, that gives me like a three-day window of purchasing power in May. Little, 354 or something. But thanks 23 for streaming yesterday. I believe I got 3 wish lists from the Reddit post and 2 wish lists from the stream. So that means a lot, because like for 2-3 days I had 0. And recording all the shorts and stuff like that, that kind of brings some wish lists, but still not a lot, man. Thanks, dude. What pickaxe causes a player movement reset when busting a wall? Oh, you guys bought a pickaxe. Like, movement reset when busting a wall. How do you mean that? So if you have, like, something equipped that's giving you a movement speed boost or something? Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention, yesterday I also increased the movement speed, the base movement speed of the player from 36 to 40. So that's a bit of an increase. Because I posted it on the forum, and I got a couple of feedback back, and yeah, like, my friend complained about it. About the movement speed. I boosted it up once. I've introduced the running. I made the running default, but still, like, people just keep on complaining the movement speed, that it feels very slow. So yeah, I hope that it's noticeable. I don't have any like additional movement speed bonuses applied now, but I think it's a bit faster. But if I add stuff like, I don't know, let's go with the bunny boots. That's like 20% on top of that. Let's see it. Even faster now. This is uber fast. You see, I'm trying to keep it in a sweet spot. Yeah, you know, like not too fast, not too slow. Because in the beginning, the movement was really slow. I kind of wanted to make more of a feel like a Souls-like, you know, that you have to rely on dodge a bit more. But yeah, you know, when people are adjusted to something and you're trying to introduce something new, you just really sometimes have to go with the tropes. Yeah, but yeah, you kind of understand it, and I have to take into account that you have a bit more sympathy towards me and towards the game, because you're checking the progress of the game every day, man, you know. So then the hardest feedback that you get is usually from the players that didn't play, and yeah. Okay, let me bust it. Player add item iron pickaxe. Here we go. Huh. Whoa. Yo, of course. You know what this is doing? I'm gonna tell you what's going on here. And how it got broken. Do you remember the time that we were making like a safety that you know how I'm unloading and loading chunks? Sometimes happened that the units were running towards the wall, and as I was unloading them and loading them back, they got stuck in the wall, and sometimes if they got knocked out, their collision was gone and they appeared in the wall. So we have like a system that spawns the player back inside the map. So what's going on here is that service, or how should I call it, or that process that's running in the background, is checking if all the units are at least inside the boundaries of generated level. Problem here is that we modify now the level. We modify the... See, it's going to push me out in 2 seconds. That's the system working on it. It's preventing from the units to get stuck. So, when we are actually destroying stuff, we should be also adding like floor tiles in that dictionary, what was destroyed. So that means that that position is free and it's not occupied. Thanks for noticing it. This was like a big one, yeah. Big and nasty one. Whew. But I'm glad the system works. It tries to find the closest position. And that's it. Okay, nasty one. Nasty one, nasty one. OBS disconnected. I don't know. Do I still hear you guys? Still online? Okay. Sulocorium. Hello. Still here. Now that level generator that we have. Somewhere in here we have like walls. Oh my god, where do we have it? No level generator, not here. I think I have some hash sets regarding that. To hell with it, I have to remember what's the service called. And where do I run it? I have like a timer on it, don't I? Holy crap, my memory is getting holes in it. Especially regarding this... Oh, come on. Yeah. I know. And you know what's even better? There's only one branch. Solo branch. And the branches... oh, what's going on? Something happened. Sularin just raided with 8 viewers. Hello, Sularin. Thanks for the raid, man. This is idiomatic trust. Okay. So, guys, I'm kind of working on a roguelite. I usually like to have an elevator pitch, like instead of Frodo and Sam going towards Mount of Doom, you have like Aragorn and Gimli, or Aragorn or Legolas or somebody like that. And I really tried to push this game into early access by the end of the month. So I'm hunting bugs, I'm adding new content and so on. If I'm gonna show it to you a bit, hopefully we won't run into many bugs now, but I have a feeling that we're gonna do it. Yeah, don't mind this guy is actually just here for testing purposes. It's a mini boss or a boss in an arena that you can find. Otherwise, here's a camping area. You start in the camp. As you progress in the game, you can basically unlock new cartridges, which give you the ability to equip different skills into your skill tree. So you can, before the run, you can actually modify the skill tree, and then during the run, you're leveling it up. I don't know, some games probably have this and so on. So basically, you have like different tiers, tier 1, tier 2, 3, and 4, and so on. And they basically unlock. The more levels you put in, the further you can level up. Still, the balancing is off, but that's it. Then, as you progress, you unlock different companions, and currently I have everyone unlocked. So the first default companion is Gotar. He is like Gimli, I would call him. You know, tank, AoE damage more, stuff like that. Then we have Lilith. She's more or less, I'd say, like, not a kind of healer, support unit. You have Bryn, the yellow dude. This dude is actually like a ninja. He's throwing electric stuff and so on. And Anna, she's a ranger. No, the ranger huntress, and she's shooting enemies from afar. So, for this run, I think I'm gonna pick that Mrs. Anna's gonna go with us. I'm not sure if she's broken or not, because I didn't test her for a while. But basically that's it. You spend your money here with the... Izzy and Anton. Basically, you can buy new skills for your companions as well as you progress, you know. The more stuff you buy, the more stuff you can level up. And sorry for so many sound effects, because this is the new bug that I introduced, sadly. But that's just how it is when you develop stuff. Okay, I'm unlocking this, and yeah, let's go. Let's start the game and see how it breaks and what's gonna happen. So, okay. If we keep on going... It's gonna load anytime now, anytime soon. The thing is that you don't only level yourself, but you level also your companions. So here we have, for example... Oh, this is a bug. It says Lilith. It should say Anna. If you open her up, you see that you have like basic stats for the companions. Combat, defense, support, speed. Basically, every companion has like a preferred stat that, you know, he should have leveled. So maybe we still have to do some balancing there, but basically that's it. Then you have skills. Skills are locked basically, so you still have to buy them from the, how should I say, from the master. And then you have the ability to level up only once they reach certain level in the run. So for example, multi-shot is being unlocked only at level 2, and then you still have to level up and so on. If we keep on going, let's try to find something. So the world is procedurally generated. Currently we have like 4 biomes. The first biome is forest, and every biome has like bandit camps, you have some resources that you can gather, you have some other NPCs that go and walk around. And yeah, funny thing, I don't know if you guys noticed, but you see that the corn actually dropped 2 corns and 1 corn was picked up by Anna. So you heal companions in that way, that you drop stuff on the ground. But the problem is that they can pick up stuff if you're not fast enough. So that's a little of a gimmick, I'd say. But it's cool. And yeah, let's go destroy a couple of bandits. A big, how should I say, point of the game is that you try to collect a lot of runes. Because runes like give you special moves that you can execute then on your enemies. And just last week I added a bit of passive attacks on the runes. Oh my god, I have only 3 HP, I have to heal myself. Let me put it up here and press 3 and 4. Get that back up. So, last time I added a bit is this passive effect. I'm not sure if you see it on the right side, but there's like a glowy effect above the ice damage. I mean, next to the ice damage. This is a frozen orb rune. I think it's a legendary, so we got kind of lucky that it appeared in the first chest. But what it does, if I gather enough fury and I unleash the fury, it's going to release a frozen orb that's actually shooting out in all sorts of direction the ice bolts and so on, and it slows down enemies, etc. But if I put it now in this rusty old sword, equip it, you see there's like penalty. It's not fitting in the correct rune slot. But if it would be, I wouldn't have any penalty. Now, instead of dealing additional 5 damage, it's dealing additional 4 damage. So, now that I have this equipped, you can see it here on the right side. I can go and basically gain more fury, and then I'm gonna execute it. And you're gonna see. See, my normal attacks now deal additional ice damage. Let me just level up my character. I want to go with Brawler, because this is increasing like melee power, which basically means that every attack is going to deal additional point of damage, which is kind of okay and cool in the beginning, because in the later cartridges we're going to bump that number up, but we still have to get there and we still have to design it. Let's see, do I have some crafting material? Not really yet to show you guys something really cool, but let's try to gather some more. See, these are the pressure plates. So, I've added in the game the possibility to compete in challenges. They're like 3 minigames, just to break a bit of the pace of the game, where you can earn also different items. And yeah, this is basically a Didra hole. If you go in here, you're gonna have to battle in arena. But if you go in this one, this is another one, there's gonna be like exclamation marks. This is where we can earn some stuff. And the minute challenge that appeared here. Oh my god, there's Banjo. This is the coolest item that we have. I mean, we created this item yesterday. It's such an epic item. Sorry to keep you to keep on hyping it, but I was really excited. And Companjo it's called Companjo. Logan came up with the name on the stream yesterday, and I kind of love it because this item is all about companions. So it's an instrument. Let me try to get it. You know, guys, yesterday I was watching Mr. 23 play the game on the stream, and he basically knows how to get all the items that he wants. But I kind of suck at this minigame. Oh my god! Freaking gold. Anyway, first you select the reward, then you have to select the difficulty, and the third one is punishment. So, you kind of, you know... yeah. I'm sad. I didn't get the banjo, but you know what? Because I'm the developer of the game, I'm gonna write Companjo. And I'm gonna give it to myself. And then later I'm gonna equip it. But this minigame is actually where we have to cut the grass. So as soon as I'm gonna press the play button, there's gonna be a countdown. And the grass will appear, and we're gonna be mowing the lawn. And if you cut the grass within a certain time limit, the thing is that you're gonna get the reward. But, sorry about that. Let's try to be fast enough. So this is kind of randomly populating. Then another minigame that you have in the game currently is Bunny Hunt. And the last but not least is sequence remembrance. Okay. Let me see this. Now we have to go into the arena. But before we go there, I think we're gonna craft something. Let's craft something cool. Just a second. Going here, going there. We have a couple of stones that we can get. That's good. And another stone, and I think we can go with some mines. And I noticed that we still didn't level up. We don't have enough experience to level up Anna. So before we're gonna go to the arena itself, let's kill some bandits. Let's gain some more experience. Basically, that's how it goes. Cool thing is that, for example, if you have enough energy, some of the enemies are like, you can stun lock them, so they can't do anything back to you. But if you're without energy, you're dealing less damage, and other thing is that they don't get stun locked. And if you don't have energy and you're a bow player, like you're playing with a bow, problem is that you have a very poor aim then. Okay, let's keep on going. If we go here, I want to show you how Benjo goes, how this cool synergy that we've created yesterday could go. So we're gonna add a red hat, because I'm the dev. And then you can equip the red hat. And what this thing does is actually, it summons rats for you. And if you're a cool player, you equip Companjo, you walk very slowly, and you start playing. And when you're playing, you're boosting the stats of your companions. You see? And you're dealing like damage around them. So I think this has to become a short. Because I think it's a very wonderful item. But would love to hear your opinion. Now, let's see, what can we do? We have crafting materials. By the way, you can check out the recipes here in the recipe book as well. I think we could take a look at the elven mace. How it has to be made. We could go with stone mace first. I think we have the material, but for the elven mace we need like stone and fairy dust. And I think we got lucky enough. No, I'm missing rope. No, I have rope. So I've put this one down, this one, and this one. Exactly, Pied Piper, yeah. Pied Piper was actually the inspiration for this. You know, like, you have rats and they follow you and so on. There we go. I crafted an elven mace. So the rats spawn every 30 seconds. And the bandits came, because there's like a event going on here that bandits start spawning after a while. If you craft stuff. So let's go with Benjo. See this? No, it's also damage the baddies. But the problem, not the problem, how I'm trying to balance this is that your movement speed goes down once you're holding Benjo. Let me just shoot this powerful rune attack. Look at this. Boom! Did you see that? That's all about the runes. So basically you attack, you kill, you gain fury, and then you unleash the freaking fury on them. That's how it should go. Okay. We have Elven Mace. I think Elven Mace has more rune slots, so that weapon will be definitely more appropriate for the things that we're gonna face in here. Okay. Putting it in. And if we're going to go to the arena, let's eat something first. This one, I didn't see any boars, guys. But every item has its special attack, like, not a special attack, but like the movement set. So for example, with swords, you're swinging up, down, then you stab. With mace, you're swinging up, down, and then you jump attack. But when you jump attack, you kind of deal a bigger knockback and also deal a bigger damage and so on. Now, let's go in. So this is a lesser Didra cavern. Nothing particularly very horrible should happen here, but as you see, on the top you can see that there are waves ready here that are gonna spawn like in no time. And here's the place where we're gonna meet a merchant, where we can buy some new stuff. So, let's start it. I think we can play the Companjo. Because these enemies here are gonna be weak. This is just the first level. But the problem with Companjo, not a problem. Its downside is that it is kind of reducing your movement speed. And it costs a lot of energy. That's another thing. Companjo, Companjo. There we go. Wave 2 out of 7. Anna got level up. Let's give her multi-shot. No. Let's go with Pouch of Fury. It increases her range power for a bit. And we're gonna go with... Second wind. Let's go with Dash Booster. Yeah. Yeah, there's a rat limit. There's like total of 3 rats that you can have for now from this item. But I'm thinking of adding like the item that's going to increase the limit of the companions or allies that you can have from an item. So that's something that we have to consider before we release the game to the early access. But you see, I'm like a Guitar Hero player. I'm planning on adding different instruments. Because why not? You know. There we go. Here we have Mr. Snap. And he's selling us some items. We're not gonna replace our headwear with anything else, but we can go with a small health potion. And we can go with small vital potion. Anna is holding on well. By the way, I forgot to tell you that actually you can give commands to companions. That's something that I'm proud of. Probably not a lot of people use it. And I use it sometimes not as frequently as I would like to. But for example, I can give Anna command that she should guard here. And then she's going to hold this position. And this comes in handy if you really want to prepare something like, you know, ambush for somebody. Or if you have a companion that has to stay more on the side of the map. Now she's perfect for that. She's like a moving tower, you know. Does attacking change the buffs or is the buff randomly changing? Randomly. Randomly. There's like 20% chance of a buff being applied, you know, on the rat. And that's basically it. Why you see now this plus icon with the movement speed, that's actually not coming from Companjo, but that thing is coming from the rat itself. Because rat faction, they have like a special ability that if they detect more than 4 allies, they gain like a swarm movement boost. But if I play it a little bit, see? If I boost it up, it becomes even more fast. And I increase their movement speed and sometimes even attack speed and so on. But I'm damaging the opponents, which is quite cool. I think it's cool. So let's go. To the next wave we go. We've set Anna to stay up there in that corner. We're gonna be blasting some maze this time. Also, one thing that not a lot of players know about is that if you dash and attack, you deal like 15 or 20% more damage. So that's a thing that's being shared with you guys now on the stream. Let's see. Okay, we have a suicider here. You know, sometimes they suicide. Sadly, we're gonna have to repair a lot of AI stuff. Especially with the bosses, because sometimes if you encounter them, like in the overworld, there's a problem that, I don't know, they get stuck in a state and they don't attack. So that's gonna be handled this stream as well. Here we go, wave 7 out of 7. This arena is not a boss arena. The next one's gonna be regarding... is going to be connected to the bosses. Here we go. Let's unleash the fury. Good. And we got additional rune. And this one is cool because it gives you like... I think it's... like... +1 HP. On hit. I still failed to communicate what's the chance of it. But still, it's here. It's here. Now, when we're dealing damage with this... we are actually also trying to heal ourselves a little bit. And it says fresh Deidre cavern appeared. And I think that we could go and check it out. Because we basically cleared the whole area. Let's go in here. What was that? She's shooting at something. Oh, by the way, fun mechanics or not so fun mechanics. The thing is that if companion kills something, he's gonna get 100% of XP and you're only gonna get 50%. And vice versa. So that kind of matters. If you want to feed your companions a bit more, you have to allow them to gain last hits. If I'm making any sense. Let's put her up here. I think that's gonna be a good position for her to aim, because I think she has a nice range for that. He was specially designed for that. Okay. Yeah, as mentioned, I think we have trouble differentiating our rats versus their rats, so we're gonna color them a bit. We're gonna have to do that. Okay. Now you see I have 2 runes. If I'm gonna unleash the rune, I'm gonna do 2 attacks at once. Boom, boom. Did you see that? There we go. Put hats on your rats. Exactly. Oh. Jesus. Okay. One more. The last wave here is going to be a boss. Skeleton rune. Starfall rune. This one would enhance our magic damage. Huh. Starfall is kind of cool. Let's take it. Let's go with Starfall, and we could craft... No, I'm not gonna craft nothing new with that thing. Maybe let's go also with the potion. And this one. And that's good. And if I... You know what? I'm gonna equip it because I'm gonna get passive magic damage now. Like a lot. Ice damage 7. Magic damage 7. I thought that I was fixing this yesterday. Something is still going off. With the scaling of the number. 1 second. Let's add this second wind. So basically if you get very low on health, in 2 minutes you have 1 shot that you kind of get the healing boost for 5 seconds. OP. OP. I'm too strong for them. Cyclone combat. More. I hope that we're gonna have a golem boss or something like that. I don't want to see the slime boss again. Is it golem? No, it's slime. But that's okay. Here you go. Eat it. See, he has a different passive. That dude is slowing us down, and this is where he bugged out, and I wonder why. Huh. Okay. Now this Hitru rune, I call it, is also cool. Because if you deal damage with it, it's like increasing your attack speed. If you, for example, use it in the overworld, you can use it and you gain like movement speed bonus. You get very fast. But if you keep it in your weapon, each attack is dealing like a slightly higher... I mean, is being executed a bit faster. That's another thing. Let's see. And this is the second area. You can add a glow effect on weapons that receive passives from runes. Of course. Of course, of course. We could add that, definitely. Yeah, it takes very long, I know. Somewhere in the process I messed up something. Still have to optimize it a bit. There we go. Let me try to craft something good. Oh, what can we go? I think we can make a couple of mines. At least one. I'm missing a fairy dust, I'm missing a stick, I miss a lot of things here. Huh. Okay. Now, with the mines, the problem is that it actually has friendly fire. Is there something still here? And the thing we have to repair here is that you kind of get ambushed by the baddies. That's a thing. But the problem is that sometimes you have to backpedal. And that's not the thing that I want the player to experience, so... I should make, like, sinister entities appear only from the north instead of the south. So you don't have... There's a slightly lesser chance that you're gonna have to backpedal. And by the way, I'm very OP now. I think I'm gonna beat the game, like... Yeah. But okay, it's a good run for testing, discovering more bugs and so on. Because, yeah, there are bugs. I recommend it if you guys have any free time, or if you're interested in the game itself, give the demo a try. I would be happy if you'd report something, give me some feedback, or if you'd wishlist the game, that would be super awesome. Let me destroy that. I think there's nothing here anymore. By the way, how do you like the lightning effect? I think it worked well, right? The thunderstorm and so on. Look at that. You see the star appearing next to the damage? Maybe it's a bit too noisy, but the thing about it... Did you see this? Attack speed. The thing about it is, it says that this particular type of enemy is weak towards this blunt attack. So, for example, undead are invulnerable against bleeding damage and so on. But you can... Oh my god. Don't die on me now. See, that's what's happening when you get overconfident from time to time. Why the hell? I think I'm gonna call Starfall. Let's see. I don't have enough fury. And the ghouls are healing themselves by eating corpses. Let's call it. Here we go. Starfall incoming! Boom, boom, boom. I missed everything, huh? Oh my god, what a fail. Anyway, we're running a bit forward. I think our companion got nuked. Sadly. We still get our trusty rats following us. Oh my god, she took the steak. Okay, she's gonna eat it. But the problem with raw steak, what you guys witnessed now is, if you eat the raw steak, there's like 50% chance of dealing a poison damage to you. So you have to cook it like on the blacksmith on the forge, you know. And that was interesting. She basically got poisoned and she died, so... Unlucky. Unlucky. Let's go with the fury increase. And I'm gonna put back hit through, because when we're going to get to tankier units, you'll see that attack speed increases as soon as I'm attacking. Wow, that's OP. OP build from the beginning. Now if you're complaining about this loading time, wait that you get to the next area. That one's gonna be nasty. Because the cavernous depths are so much bigger that it feels like it's loading a whole GTA, and GTA is being loaded more fast. Huh. Okay, let's boost ourselves. Backpedal. There we go. Anna was taking the beating for us here. One more. Thank goodness I found this rune that increases the speed, so backpedaling is not so problematic. More. Something else, come on. Here you are. Lidra has to fall asleep. It doesn't fall asleep until all of the enemies... Ah! Here we go. Da-na-na-na-na. like this. Come on. This is gonna take for a while, but anyway, this is the biggest place. We still have to make a lot of points of interest because currently we have like a couple of them, more or less camps, and dinos are being like the main enemy here, dino folk. And it breaks a bit of pacing because in order for here to progress forward, you have to kill like 3 different bosses, I'd say. 3 different bosses. And I think the first boss is here because I see like AoE. And the green one is a very powerful one. Yeah, it was like 5 seconds. 15 seconds, definitely. If not even more. But it's fixable. I know that a couple of builds earlier I had like 8 seconds, which is not too bad, not too not too good, but yeah, something went up with the algo that I changed in generation. But it's fixable, and that's the most important part. Oh no, this dude is nasty one. These guys are actually immune towards fire. And you guys see that the dino folk aren't messing around. Oh shit, shit, shit. Let's mine the dude. Come on. No! Don't step into it. Thank goodness. Oh, she went again to grab a piece of meat. How convenient of her. Again, again, again. Oh, there's a boss there. I'm overextending myself. I think I'm gonna die, but that's okay because I have to work on this thing. A lot of fixing to do. And this thing is nasty because if you step in it, it summons all the units around it. I'm scared now. One cool thing is that you can play a guitar, I mean banjo, and the enemies get like damaged behind the walls as well, so you can abuse it if you have like a lot of energy. Crap. Gotta find something good. Mushrooms. Starfall! There we go. Shit, shit, shit. No. There we go. Oh. And that's how it goes. Don't mind the XP. I think we got way too many coins, but that's okay. Something needed for balancing. So, that's where we are at currently. Today, adding new cartridges, fixing bugs, and so on. That's gonna be the daily goal. So we'll see. And the thing that we have to add is like a scoring system. Because I want to introduce the daily runs. And daily runs are gonna be all about the score, how you perform. And I'm not thinking about the daily run that you have to run throughout the whole dungeon. I was thinking about only having like one big arena. Where you have like different stops. So every 3 waves you can buy stuff from the merchant. And there's like in total 20 waves and so on. you know, the difficulty gets very progressively more insane. But every player would have like same items and so on during that day. And the score would have to be calculated. So depending how you perform, for example, if you execute combos more frequently, that would be more rewarding. If you miss less, you know, if you have like consecutive strikes, that would give you like a bigger score. Depending also on the time, how fast you finish the game, finish the run, and so on. So there would be like a leaderboard that you could compete against other players, you know, who's the best one. Hopefully that will get added soon, but looking at the bug backlog, we still have a lot of way to go. Anyway, guys, I have to take a leak. And I'll be right back in like, let's say, a couple of minutes. Be right back. There we go, we're back. Let me just check it out, what's going on. That's good. So. One little moment. Give me a moment, guys. I just have to check one thing out. I saw that Solocorium is following me now on Twitch. Thank you for that. But sadly, that thing wasn't like notified anywhere else. I just saw that there was a raid, but no alert about that. So maybe I have to check out something about that. Otherwise, we were saying that there's something wrong with repositioning when you actually kind of when you dig into the dirt, you have a problem that there's like the security mechanism teleporting you out. One sad thing about it, guys, that I don't recall where I implemented this. In which file. And I'm all bad with the names already. So I'm gonna have to look it up, dig it up a bit. There we go. Yeah, that's true, 23. Thank you again for streaming, man. I had fun watching you. You were actually the first person who I watched, who I observed that played the game like that, you know, without any hand-holding and so. So I learned something, but then again, you know, you're the dude that watches the stream frequently, I mean always. I knew that you know the mechanics because I explained them a lot of times. So, anyway, you're a good streamer, dude. Guys, if you want to see some quality streaming, follow out 23. Now how should I do the shout out? I think I can do it with a / shout out, something like that. But I think I gotta be logged in the Twitch. 1 second. Let's see, here's the... And then I have to say at something, 23, yeah, right? Right? Something like that. There we go. Shout out to the dude. Huh. Yeah, the last thing that we were kind of fixing before that was that the commands were overriding the items. Now that was fixed, but we still have like some dirty commands in there if we delete them. Now why is that happening? If you ask me, I'm not sure. Because on the bin itself, when I'm deleting the item, that should be deleted as well there. Now I wonder if I have like item slot UI, something like that. Exactly. Companger was awesome. Bin, input flags drop. No. That's all about refreshing. I think I have somewhere a factory for that. Move item, something. Bin move operation. I remove it. Aha. So if it's a passive skill or active skill or combat move, I update the slot to null. That's okay. That's the source one. And I remove the item from the inventory. The problem that I have here is like I keep a separate track in the profile how the player organized his commands, so that he doesn't have to reorganize them every time he wants to play the game, you know, like assign the skill, put the skill there, etc. That was kind of pain in the ass as well. I know that this bug wasn't reported anywhere regarding that. It was only reported that it overrides your, like, what is it called? Current items. Now that was a big pain in the ass, but that thing here, not in the room slot, we have profile resource something. Equip commands by slots ID. This thing has to be also taking care of that. So how should I get to know if you're a command or not? One second. Before I update slot, I'm gonna do some checks. But I gotta figure out which checks do I have to do here. Complications of the 3-year-old legacy code from time to time. How old is this? 15 months ago only. That's good. Source slot. So if source slot UI.item item data resource, how do I have commands? Is command or something like that? No. How do I distinguish a command from something else? Basically, it's a command or a skill. So it's an item that it triggers its effect when you use it. So command, attack, move, and it's marked as a skill, and item template scene name is command item. Yeah, so item template scene name, not the best thing, but I think we can get it. It's a string, sad thing, it even rhymes with crimes. Command item. Let me just check one thing. Command item. Patrol and that and profile slot, everything else is not needed. So now this monstrosity. I have to modify that ugly thing here. Phew. When in Rome, do like Romans do, right? Then I have like equipped commands by slot IDs. And minute. This is an array. I have an array. Go.array save here. But the slot ID that I have is coming from, one second, source slot UI item, no, slot, item slot. Basically, what I want to do is I want to nullify it. One second. If I take a look at the profile slot, how I'm saving this. Profile slot 1. Equipped. Here we go. I have it like under the board and item equipped commands by slot IDs, and then there I have item 11 and so on. Yeah, so I take the same ID and I just want to... I don't keep the track the whole thing there. Wait a minute. What if I remove it? Because I don't want to store anything there. It's a theory, guys. We'll see if it works. So what I'm doing it, basically I'm modifying the bin move operation. If I move something from the item slot to the bin itself, I have some checks if either the item is passive skill, active skill, or combat move, and based on that I handle the deletion and so on. Because I kind of don't delete the passive skills and active and combat moves at all. I just make them invisible. You know, there's like a slot in the inventory itself that keeps those items in place. Because they are like permanent thingy. Let me just try to remove these things now. I hear way too many sound effects, and that's one thing that we're gonna fix soon. But what I did now, I want to move this one here. The earlier bug was that if I placed something where the command should be, it overrode the items. So if I go now here, the position should be exactly the same as we left it. If it's gonna happen, I don't know. Probably. I modified something. Now we're testing the results. Still loading. Good. It looks fine. I think it's the same thing as we left it. So I think this bug has been squished and we can mark it as fixed. I can still use the old commands. The bear is here. The bear is nasty. He's the introductionary tank. So I'm gonna mark it. Marking the Yo, by the way, huge shout out to Logan and 23 and to others that they're kind of keeping the bugs and suggestions here. I was really in the need of a bug tracker, and we kind of made the shared spreadsheet now. And yeah. So moving a new scene replaces and deletes items in the inventory with companion command. So I can make this in fixing, because then I'm going to mark it as fixed. Probably, if somebody's gonna test it out. Besides me. Can craft a bow in the tutorial before Goater gives you mission. I don't know if this is soft locking you or not. Well, it's a tutorial. It's really pain in the ass communicating all the things that you can do in game in the short version of tutorial. And not slapping everything in the text. It kind of sucks. I know how games do it. Sometimes if the mechanics are simple, you just basically put the sprites on the ground and the people know how to use it. But when you have advanced mechanics like runes, crafting and so on, yeah, you try to do it. But explaining the cartridge system, that's a different trick, I say. Okay, then we have the first arena has a boss, the second one doesn't. And the same thing goes with the caverns, huh? The first caverns arena has a boss, the second one does not. And I think we have a little bit of oopsie, because our good warlord, Dino Warlord, is marked as a boss, and it's not a boss technically. It is needed. You have to defeat 3 of them. But the thing is that it shouldn't count as a boss defeat. And I think this is messing the counter a bit in the arena generation. Let me check it out. If we have Dino Man Warlord of Damage, it is marked as mini boss. This isn't a boss. This one also. Mini boss, mini boss. I knew that there are mini bosses. Huh. But the problem is that if you go to cavernous depths and if you kill bosses, like 3 of them, you gain exact same amount experience, a reward as if you were killing a boss. Now I wonder, where did I mess this one up? I know that I have something in game over. Menu, not the menu itself. Here is where I calculate all the stats and stuff related to that thing. Let's see if I have boss here. Boss is killed. But on resources, boss is killed. Where do I increment you? I want to save this data all to the server for the comparisons in the future. If something's gonna happen, something interesting. But here, a unit died. And here we have a check if it was killed by the player and if it's a boss. Oh shit. I have a problem. Data separation. Here, this is unit tier. I'm checking if it's a boss itself here. And that's not okay. I have a couple of flags here, where I check if it's a hero, companion, leader, boss, or if it's flying, interactable NPC. And this is interfering with the unit tier. This could be unified. But for now, I'm toggling this one off. And I'm gonna check one thing. Where do I use is boss check? At 9 different places. That unit state. I could basically move this thing. Yes, boss is boss. Why do I have this flag here? Just to keep it shorter, huh? Just to keep it shorter. No, I want to keep it as a separate thing in the end, because what if I want to spawn like units? Huh. And reward them differently. I'll see. I'll see down the line how it goes. Anyway, let's continue. Now this thing shouldn't increment the counter, and I know that in the run resource, when we check bosses killed, I have to come up with something and take a look where I have arena control, arena level room. I know that I'm inject boss wave if needed, and let's check the logic that I do here. Should include boss. So I have a conditional. If max number of arenas -1, arenas completed in current level. Do I even restart this? Arena win state. Level changer, I reset it. That's a counter. That is resetting anytime I'm interacting with the level change. Problem I have is that I don't save the profile when I reset this number, because I'm saving much higher. And this can be simply mitigated like that. Before we save it, we have to reset it. I was resetting it after, and that's kind of lame. Trigger run start. I do this stuff regarding the signals. I init the RNGs and so on. That's okay. Then I have trigger run completed. That's another thing. And everything else is just switching the stuff and loading the correct level. And I do the reset. Arenas completed in current level here. This should be fixed now. If we want to test it, we would have to come all the way to the cavernous depths. So I'm gonna mark it in fixing. So if we check out the Bog log? A bit, just a second. Snow area. No. Da, 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 da. Aha, the first caverns arena has a boss, the second one does not. In fixing, and then the snow. The first snow arena has boss, the second one doesn't. That's the same thing. Okay, that's already 1, 2, 3, 4 things that have been changed. If we go a bit back, check it out on the caverns arena. 1 second. Level room should include boss. Always looking for the last level here. This should be okay. Okay. That's another one. Going back to the box. Aha. The nasty one. That's teleporting us. That's a bit of a pain in the ass service. It's not the most efficient one. But somewhere in the level we have like a timer, out of bounds check timer. Not the most efficient thing. Keeps the work done for now. I only started once the level is generated, right? No. 1 second. Out of bounds timer, out of bounds time out. Level resource. Ha 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 ha. 1 second. It has auto start. That's not nice. So what is it doing while we're spawning? It could be the reason for the big spike. I mean big generation stuff. Because I know the level generates... It was generating quite fast. If we take a look at the level generator. Somewhere here I had like a stopwatch. Did I? Ready. Generate level when it gets cold. It does all of this mumbo jumbo stuff. And I printed end time. Map generated in. Let's take a bit of a look. How long does it need for generating? So that's, I believe that's placing down the points of interest and everything else. Because I usually had this number a bit lower. Like significantly lower. We'll see. Oh, double hearing myself again. Go in here. This is a normal one. Doesn't generate anything. But if we go to here. Oh crap, did it crash? Of course it did. Not the game, Godot itself, the editor. This is where Mr. George is gonna say, it's crashing, it's crashing. You know, Godot, open source, bad stuff. Use Unity. I'm blaming myself. My poorly optimized code. But okay, if we take a look at the output, clearing it. Love it that you're so innocent, 23. Love that. I think they released a big update, like yesterday or day before that. Like they completely trained their AI on the insides of the engine, something like that. So now I think that they're trying to get as close as possible to a button or a prompt, make me a game, and it's gonna make you a game. Let's see, what's with the generation? I'm gonna filter messages, filter it on which thingy? Where do I have this? Map generated in. I wanna see that. It's taking way too long. No! Map generated in second and something. So something else has to be hogging it. Something that I added much later. Much later in the game. So the whole this function here isn't taking a lot of place at all. Removing pillars, setting everything up. I wonder if I messed it up with that out of bounds check stuff. I know it's doing some heavy work. I didn't notice like immediately that something would be bad. But as you reported, 23, I'm just gonna return now. Let's see what's gonna happen. And we're gonna restart the game and see if the loading times takes such a long time. Because I'm pretty sure. I mean, Simon, I know you like carrots, you know. So and corn. Don't push it. Here we go. Let's go a bit forward. Map generated in. I think this didn't help at all, huh? Nope. Better node is busy. Why do I call something here from that? I shouldn't be doing that. Something's adding to the time. But anyway. We'll optimize. Not now. Other bugs to fix. Something simpler. Not this one. But what do I do then? And anyway, it's not giving me a lot of peace. Still waiting for you to peel it. That's how it starts. It's all fun and games until somebody gets hurt. Now, interpret word hurt however you want. Oh man. Exactly, gotta spit on that thing, huh? Events controller level on generation completed. What do I do here? Nothing special. Nothing special, Philip. You messed it up somewhere else, not in the generation time. Huh. Thanks for supporting the, you know, for holding the shoulder that I can cry on, man. Yeah. They're gonna be expecting that GTA 6 loads, you know. Now that kinda sucks. The generation didn't have, I mean, it didn't affect it. That's a bad thing. I had to mess up something else significantly. But I don't recall when. Because I was... Huh. I think like a couple of weeks ago it loaded under 5 seconds. under 5 seconds. The big ones, the cavernous depths. That one, yeah. Anyway. Anyway. No, dude, we're gonna fix it somehow else. But what we're gonna do is we're gonna test out what's going on with the AI here. Because with the unit thingy, I have a problem. That their state, I believe, gets messed up. And I wonder why. There has to be an action, and it goes with bosses. Huh. Like, bosses stop attacking, and... It happened with the both guys, with the slime and with the war chief. There's aura, melee attack. Idle is minus 100 something. He's summoning. Finally, he didn't crash in this area yet. Like, shit. Still going strong, buddy. Okay. I saw him, he was in a summon state, an idle. Look at that. No. Idle is okay. But that's like priority minus... Wait a minute. Idle, priority is minus 100. If I come close to him, he stays in the idle state. Why? And he came back. So he was idling for a while, but none of his attacks actually take down the energy. That's what I'm sure of. Am I? Monster slime, if I take a look at his AI. I have used item action. When does idle come into effect? If everything else is taken up. So it's like minus 100 priority. Still, he can follow the breadcrumbs, patrol in circle, radius action. Then why the hell am I even using idle? Because this patrol in circle radius is gonna happen if he's not detecting anybody. Yeah. I'm looking if I'm checking out for the enemy. I should be patrolling and walking around. Maybe the idle is like a complete fallback that I had earlier, but it shouldn't hit it. He should rather walk around, not stand still, until his attacks become available again. And the spell 1, Monster Slime, Summon Slime, doesn't have a cooldown. It's taking a consideration into account if he can use the item itself, so the cooldown is being taken in account there. Then if I take a look at the harder slime, basically I'm using like harder slime is being used only once I have a certain amount of health. So then the more powerful slimes are being summoned, like the spitter and so on. Slimy aura is being toggled on and off. So he's toggling that. You know what, I'm gonna try to remove the idle action, and then I'm gonna try to commit it a bit before I mess some more things up. Same thing can go with the war chiefs. Let's check them out. War something. What's war? Warlord, not war chief. If we take a look at the unit, I have Warlord of damage, of defense and speed. I'm gonna take a look at them. And here I have the idle action. Patrol in circle radius. Am I detecting no type enemy? It has to be in line of sight, so this is the consideration. When he does that, otherwise he should be attacking and doing all other things. Use item is the damage aura. Follow breadcrumbs, explore last attacker. Yeah, we're gonna try that. So that's another one. Another one. And the last one. Here. I'm gonna try it this way. And I think we have Destroyer. That dude needs also some modifications. Patrol in circle radius, this is the best fallback you can have. And Golem and Archlich. So, what did we call the dude? Units, Rock Golem Giant, that's the boss. And Archlich. There we go. No more idling for bosses. Now that's the thing. Let's see how many changes. Too much. 24. That's a lot. If we go from the top to bottom, added the passive item effect to the energy blast. Fireball rune. Fireball, Fury Blast, Ice Bolt, And Ice Bolt runes. Let me just check it out if Fireball is actually modified. Yeah, deal damage. General item effect is 3 out of 3. And then I have listening conditions on parent weapon dealing damage. This one should work. No, dude, I have to commit the messages because then I can make a proper update for the players and testers, you know, that they know what to expect, what was tweaked. And I know myself. Otherwise, Mr. Goldhar told me that in new job he from time to time sees like fixes in the commit messages and so on. So I kind of laughed. Removed idle behavior from the bosses. Then increased the default movement speed of the player from 36 to 40. Monster Slime, that's all good. Oh shit, I'm trying to commit the debug mode. Yeah. Back to none. And the test level. I don't want to spawn the... You know who. The monster anymore here. Unit, monster slime, let's make it max active entities to 0. So this dude shouldn't be spawning anymore. We can continue. Max monster slime. Yeah. Well, Mr. Simon, they say that you have to write, that you have to commit frequently, you know? But if you don't write it or commit it frequently, that's what happens. That's what happens. Fix the gamepad navigation in the inventory. Then the other one was what? So this was it, and the player. Game controller, Fixed the deletion of the items when changing levels. They were overridden by commands. Bin move operation. That's it, that's the one, probably. Then the level itself. What did I do here? Nothing, basically. I just tried to return it. Boss counter in the level. Boss skill counter. Should be fixed. Bosses should appear at the last wave of the last arena in the level. Resuming the game when having inventory And pressing. How should I describe this freaking thing? Resuming the game when having inventory opened and pressing start and resume again. Has been fixed. Control system, what else? This was the modification regarding the inventory movement. I have a problem here that now a lot of sound effects play if you hover the mouse over the item slot. So that's gonna need change. And that was related to that. I think we're good. Ah! Oh! Yo! Damn! That feels nice. Stretching the back. Yeah, guys, I'm gonna have to. I'm happy. I'm happy. Not going to explain everything about the family, but you know, sometimes little ones poo, they don't want to poop and so on. I'm gonna just say that something happened and there was reward promised down the line, and I have to bring the reward. Be right back. Here we go. I think we're back. For a little bit. For a little while. So I lost the train of thoughts. Where do I have to go? What do I have to do? Godot. Git log. Why? Why? What would you like to do with me? See? Oh, by the way. Of course. Lots of stuff. I'm thinking about... Well, that wouldn't be fun, huh? If I would obey every your command. You know, it's got a mind of its own. If we go a bit forward, I'm gonna just take a look. What do we have there? So in fixing. Well, this is a minor one. I don't want to take that one into account. Yo, of course, now I had it. I remember it. The big problem that we had is that we can't... No, it's not that bad, Trisko. Never that bad. But I just want to see a thing or two. That's gonna happen. No, not this one. I think I'm looking for the thing that I had. Not level generation complete. What was that? Where's the dude? I have a timer. Out of bounds check timer. Looking where this is going on. Because in out of bounds check timer, I am checking for a thing or two. Floor tiles. There we go. Now if I'm adding something to the floor, then the level generation should have a thing or two there. Whew, now I have to remember, where do I modify the tile map itself when we have a pickaxe, for crying out loud. I know that I'm taking into account terrain damage, because back in the day I was thinking that maybe this is going to be more or less like similar to Terraria or something. When the ambitions were bigger. In the attack system I have that I handle the block impact. And here I have a problem that I have like affected tiles. So I take the affected tiles and I damage the tiles, but I don't add anything to destroy. Now this should be... If layer type equals to pit or wall, I remove the obstacle. That's okay, but I should also modify what? So that's when I destroy it. And that's coming from the level itself. But level generator. Floor tiles is the thing that's dependent on that. I think it is. Ah, add. Destroyable on tiles. Yeah, that's for the things that spawn on the upper layer. And then I redraw tiles in the chunk. Okay. Let's see. So, what we're gonna try now is we're gonna try to give ourselves an iron pickaxe, modify the terrain, and we shouldn't be placed in the safe space of the map. So that's a big goal now. We're gonna see how it goes. Okay. I just want to see generated, and there's something also with the... what is it called? It was 1.4 seconds. Rooms generated. I think I have a room generation problem. Huh. We'll see that. So then the bug might be there, but let's see. Let's kill the wolf first, so we're not gonna be bugged by it. And now in 3 seconds, in 2 seconds, if we move forward, we shouldn't be teleported, and we're not teleported anywhere. So that bug has been fixed, I believe. 23, I think we made a progress. The terrain is destructible. We still kind of have to add, like, the cartridge that's gonna add a pickaxe at the start of every run to you. And one thing I can do is actually... mute the music, of course. One thing we're missing is, like, a problem with the sound. The pickaxe isn't making any sounds. Huh. It's coming from the attack, handle block impact, that's okay. I returned it earlier. So that's happening here. Affected tiles is having this, and then I'm adding it. I could slap in a simple one. We could go with sound controller play SFX. And the sound effect type that we're gonna play is block impact. Do I have it? Block. No, I don't have it yet, I believe. So we're gonna have to look for it. Impact. We have arrow impact, crossbow, bolt impact, boomerang, fireball, ice shard, rock impact. What is that? Do I use it ever? Maybe I do, maybe I don't. In the sound resource. Sound config. If I could write, that could be a bit better. But I'm looking for rock impact. We have something in here. Well, that's more of an explosion. Huh. A rock launch. What did I do here? Nope. Huh. I'm never using rock impact, am I? 0 references. Gotta see if I have like impact or dirt or something. Let me just search for it. Downloads. Running sounds. Wow, no, I can't use that. Explosions with echo and everything. Too much. Impact. No, I have something with impact. What is that? No, that's pixel art combat. Too much of an 8-bit sound, I'd say. Stone impact. Too long. That's good. What do you say? I'm gonna mute it. Now listen to this sound effect. I'm not sure if it's loud enough. Stone impact hammer. No, that's not the nice one, but this one. Stone impact steel bar. Yeah, let's go with this one. Okay. Moving it. SFX. Impacts. Here we go. And it should be rock impact, I believe. What's the rock impact enum? 6130. I use this one, so if I change that one, that's gonna be bad. We're gonna add a new one. Now this is regarding the projectiles that I usually have. These are footsteps. And then I have explosions on impact. Terrain damage. Explode. Terrain impact. Or terrain destroy. 10,010. Oh, not you one. Going back, building. Seeing what's gonna happen. Yo! Guys, today 3 wish lists. Thanks everybody. That's like super high. Terrain destroy. We'll make a new sound config. This is going to be... Hey Crystal Bit. It's going well. I think that today we're more or less fixing bugs. We had some have been fixed, but we still have many more to go. Now this is going to always be played near the player, but like we want this to be heard like far around. Did I say terrain or stone? Stone impact. But the clip name is Terrain Destroy. That's okay. We're gonna rename it then. We don't need to modify it a lot. Pitch randomness 0, 1, that's okay. And terrain destroy. Yeah, let's add it. Maximum 5 of them can play at the same time. I kind of like it. Ah, me too, buddy, me too. Hopefully it will get released. So terrain destroy. I have like attack system. Handle block impact. I don't want to make it item specific because it really is like for everything that handles the block, any item. Okay, if it's more than 0, we say that we're gonna play this thing. Play SFX at the position. Unit cached. Global position. That's good. Float range, range is default. Okay, if I press play now, when we're gonna be going around slapping the terrain, it should be like, you know, playing some sounds. Hopefully, if I didn't miss a step, which wouldn't be awkward at all. And then after this thingy, I think I'm gonna try to look. Why the hell is mouse playing sound effect every time I hover around it? I know this one is trickier. Maybe I'm not gonna bore you guys with the details of this one. Because it makes sense to play a sound if you move with a keyboard or a controller, you know. But the pointer, that's just annoying. Let's add player, add item. Along with the lump of coal. Iron pickaxe. Here we go. The more SFX the better. I don't think they are annoying with the mouse. You think not? Okay, we're gonna test it out, the both ways. You know, the loading times are starting to bug me. Earlier, I think that I really had to mess up something with... Oh, do you hear that? No. How do you like the sound effect? I'm gonna mute the music. Ah, it's too... It's not dirty enough, if I make sense. It just feels like you're clapping, slapping against... I don't know. Feels too sterile, I'd say. Huh. Single-threaded loading had a lot of problems with multi-threaded loading. Had it implemented before, but the game crashed from time to time. Believe it or not, there's like a GitHub issue. Surprise, surprise, it has been open for quite some time, I believe. Especially I had like multi-threaded loading for saving the profile and so on, sadly. Yeah. Thanks 23. Sounds to Tingy like a coin in old games. Not quite, but I get what you mean. It just doesn't feel that good. This one would be better, Stone Impact, right? What about this one? What if I try... I have so many impacts that it's overwhelming. A bit better, more gravel around it, I would say. Yeah, this one is way off. Too long. Oh wow. I like this one. We're just gonna modify it a bit. Swiggity swooty. Audacity. Now don't look at my super skills regarding the audio editing. Far away from the audio engineer, but the thing that I know how to do is actually just cut the thing up a little bit and make it fade out. At least I thought so, and this thing was open like for way too long, so yeah. There we go. Oh, I'm gaining some experience in the background. That's nice. Okay, I think that's 0.9 seconds. That should kind of be good. But you know, like 1 second is even better if I would get a hang of it. There's probably a shortcut where to do it, but perfect is the enemy of good. And right about here, I think I'm gonna start muting this stuff or fading it out. So what we can do is volume, no, fading, fade out. There we go. Let's see how it happens. Good. And we're just gonna be changing the pitch a bit. So file, export, I think. And then we have wave file, Audacity, I'm gonna call it terrain impact. Destroy. Do I call it destroy? I believe I called it destroy. Let me just check the enum. If it's here, terrain destroy. Good. Folder Audacity. Good for now. Export. I think it got exported. Let me just find it in the files. Audacity. Terrain destroy. Good. Like it. Taking it. Slapping it back in. And Mr. Godot. Here we go. Re-importing assets. And if we go to terrain destroy, you're gonna be terrain destroy. Good. Saving it. Restarting it. I didn't look for your feedback, guys. Just a second. Sorry about that. Recursive dependencies being a nightmare with multithreading. Exactly. Seems someone pinpointed the root cause. Let's hope for a quick fix. I agree. I agree. Oh, then again, we're getting some salts from Mr. Gregor. Yo. I should play Britney Spears Toxic in the background, no. Iron pickaxe. That's okay. I'm used to it. Yeah, this loading. I think we're gonna address it. And like super soon. Okay. There we go. Proper sound effects. I think we can modify the pitch a bit more. Maybe decrease the volume. We'll see. A tiny bit more. The problem I have is that this even plays when I don't hit anything. Yo! Why is that going on? I think I had to check here. Affected tiles count if it's more than 0. Then I play this one. Why I wouldn't have an affected tile? Aha, actually I think I'm getting... Putting out on back music. Those are the tiles that I want to affect. They are not affected yet. Task to destroy. Now the problem I have with this one is this is being used by something else as well. No, actually it isn't. It's only coming from the attack system, so that's not bad. Lever generator isn't using the damage stuff. It's placing the stuff manually without any serious things. But here I could play it. Because the destroy tiles is... Damage tiles, destroy tiles is a separate function. I was using it. Swiggity swooty. Damage is enough because you have to hear the impact. Where do I have the player reference? Players, units. Damage is coming from this one. But you know what? If I call it in the attack system, I could return the things that I damaged and I could handle it here. Why the hell not? Why do I need void? I don't need void. Feels better to call the function that's gonna call the play sound effect in the attack system itself. And I can always get the values that were damaged or so on. And what do I have here? Destroy tiles is hash set of what? Tiles to destroy. Tiles to destroy. Hash set vector 2i. There we go. And in attack system, that's gonna be always a small one, so I don't have to worry about the size of that hash set and so on. Simple thing. But if we take a look at it, there's a level, I damage tiles, I pass in the tiles to destroy, I create a big hash set and I destroy the tiles and I return that thing back. Tiles to destroy. This means that I do the filtering all here. If nothing's happening and so on, you know, this is basically where I filter stuff out. At least I think so. I didn't pay too much attention to it, but let's do it. Yo, I wanted to change the bit of volume like -5 towards everything else. In pit scale, we could make a bit more, introduce more variety to it, because you know, when you're digging dirt and so on, God knows how many sounds you're gonna hear. Okay, I saved this one. Running the scene. So, Crystal Bit, what are you working on, man? I believe, if I'm not mistaken, 23. Once upon a time we raided a stream, and I think that Crystal Bit was from there, or Not so sure about everything. Sorry if I'm messing up stuff. Player add item. Iron pickaxe. I should be having a normal swing sound effect as well when I'm swinging the pickaxe. So that's one thing that's missing. And then I was thinking about maybe we're gonna add a cartridge that's gonna give you like a starting pickaxe at the beginning of everything. And that thing is not gonna be destroyable. Okay, we fixed it kind of. Yeah, sound effect is good. Now the swinging effect, when it's not impacting anything, I just have to adjust that one a bit. A small 3D card game city builder. I'm using Godot and battle testing my Godot game template, which unfortunately I defaulted to multi-threaded scene loading. I had that one in the beginning and I had a lot of problems. I still have somewhere something async in there. No, 23. I think that we were raiding once an Italian guy who was developing something, right? If I'm not mistaken. And Crystal Bit was there? Or is my mind playing tricks on me? Probably. Yo! Damned ram! Look at this. Let's ram them. There we go. Boom! Shakalaka. Maybe Herrick raided you at some point. It could be. It could be. Uh-huh. Level up. Level up. Iron pickaxe. And does Godot game dev streams in English. That's cool. Always if I go raiding, I try to look for the smallest creator that's doing something reasonable. And then I raid that stream. I think it's fair. Or if you have somebody that you know. For example, if I would be stopping streaming now, I'd raid probably Triple Jump Games. But I still plan on going, guys. Kind of don't feel the fatigue yet. Maybe I'm gonna be interrupted by call for lunch, but that's it. So, back to the point. Iron pickaxe. With iron pickaxe, what do we have? We have a problem that this thing is not producing any sound when we're swinging it in the simple air. So I have a sound. Use sound effect type. I don't do anything. I should have some kind of a swing. Do I have sword swing? Sword swoosh. What the hell is a sword swoosh? Sound resource. No, sound config. Why the hell did I... Naming problems. Always naming problems. Do I have sound swoosh? X swoosh, sword swoosh. What is that? That sounds wrong. I shouldn't be using that. Yeah, also not good. What about axe? Too heavy. No, axe, no, kind of. Bow, hammer, swoosh. What is with the hammer? Nope. Pick up item, drop item. Hit low, hit normal. What is that? Impact probably, huh? That's an impact one. Dash. Wooden box break. Grass cut, no. Crunchy. Crossbow, no. Boomerang, fireball. What's with the rock launch? It could go. It's even named a swing. Footstep metal is empty. Why? I didn't use metal anyway. Anywhere. Explosion on impact. That's a heavy one. Sitar. I love sitar. Ta-da! Compendio. What should I name the thing? Be sure to download and play Atomcraft. Then we can get triple jump to download and play Lands of Fury. Easy trade. Exactly. Exactly. Let's go to sound config. What should I name that? Pickaxe swing. We're gonna make a separate one, but sound resource. And down here, we have arrow, boomerang, fireball. No. We go a bit higher. General weapon whoosh. I was so general about it. But I think we could go. I even had knife. Pickaxe. Swoosh. 1, 2. Oh, yeah, 1, 2. 1, 3, 0. Because I have a feeling that sometimes maybe we're gonna add more knife sounds. Putting some place for that. I'm never ever enuming in the order ever again. Your game seems cool. Huh. Do you know how long will it take to complete? I usually like small focus games that I can actually complete. Dude, big ambitions. By the end of the month, it has to be out in the early access. Yeah, that's... I'm justifying that there are gonna be probably bugs. I'm sure of it, and a lot of content will have to be added after the early access release, but it's something that I just have to hit because of the budget. Something has to come in. Something really has to come in. Otherwise, I'm fancying, you know, with another profession, probably not programming or something else. We'll see. Pickaxe swoosh. This one, SFX. Now I'm looking for a pickaxe one. Range 160 is okay. Volume, for now I'm gonna leave it. Slaying, summoning racks, exactly. It would dream come true if I'd ever make this like a co-op game, local co-op, couch co-op. I was thinking about modifying, you know, the player HUD and so on. I have like separate stuff for different players in place, kind of. But I know that this would pull a lot of things behind us. So I'm not gonna promise like ever that feature. But it's in the back of my mind. Because it would be cool to... Your wife has played it, for real. Oh, I'd love to hear about her experience. Probably she's raging, huh? Impacts, bushcut, crafting failure, critical, extraction beat. Gore splat, no, we had some hit normal, what is that? Nope. Ah, with a controller. Aha. I get it. Well, that's cool, man. I'm happy that she gave it a go. I really am. That's a general weapon swoosh. We could go with something like that. What do you guys think? This one. Or... oh no, that's a blade swing. General F. Let's try this one for now. Yeah. General Weapon Whoosh F. If we go to sound config... I didn't save it, did I? Here we have pickaxe whoosh. New one. Boom. Boom. General Weapon Whoosh F. 160 limit 5. That's okay. Pitch variation default. Okay. Now let's find that pickaxe. Pickaxe. Iron pickaxe. You know, then I had the plans, like you would have different terrain and so on. And yeah. I guess the ambitions grew heavy on this one. Now, where's the sound? Sound is here. Pickaxe whoosh. Like this. Saving it. One thing with the cartridges is that if we implement the system for the basic cartridge that gives you like an item in the beginning, we can do all sorts of stuff. You know. The thing would be, yeah, you kind of lose a spot in the tree, but maybe you can have some kind of a basic item, you know, that comes in handy. Like a pickaxe. We have swings. Not the best one, but let me hear it in action, in combination with the impact and so on. Otherwise, Crystal Bit, if you have some demo to show about your game and so on, feel free to drop it, man. You think a bit? Okay, when you're gonna have it? If I'll still be here, like, you know, working at this profession in quotation marks, let me know. I'll take a look, definitely. Boom shakalaka. What you doing here, little one? Want to eat some arrows? There you go. Oh, she freaking ate all the corn. It's... yeah, it sounds really cool, man. 3D card city building game. I'd look at it. My first card building game ever, SimCity. I mean, not card game, but the city building game. Jesus. See? When you're on autopilot trying to multitask, same problems like Godot. Multithreading, problematic. When you want to load resources. There we go. Moving. Okay. I think the pickaxe has been fixed. Did I have this somewhere, like in here? 23, did you report it somewhere? Regarding the pickaxe. Somewhere here? No. Okay. All good. All good, all good. Putting it back on the left side. What else? What else is a low-hanging fruit? What can we pick? Lilith health regen doesn't work. Vitality bond not working because of this. Wait a minute, do I have like idle for the companions as well? I have a config resource where I load default behavior for all of the companions. Maybe they have the idle problems as well. Just a second. So these are the companion default actions that I populate them with. I have follow action. This is basically looking at what if I have a command. Wait a minute, why do I have this here? This has priority of 0 and then I have follow action with priority of 1000. This is like obey, follow me. Why did I add this? Why didn't I have description? Do I have command? None. Aha, okay. This is when you're out of battle and out of everything that you want to follow the player. Now I get it. Follow player out of battle. At least I'm explaining something to myself in the future. Then I have use health restore item next priority, pick up health restore item. It's also highly prioritized. Priority of this one is 1. Explore last attacker. Okay, that's okay. Move to position. That's good. Patrol path. Healing. There was something regarding the healing, because the healing stuff is basically a locked behavior, and my current system has... I'm not sure if it's best, but it works. And it works kind of okay. If I have like Lilith's Healing Embrace, I only add this behavior once you unlock it. Or once you have enough of level. And she's going to use Healing Embrace on herself or on you. Basically, if Lilith detects that ally is low on health, she's going to use it. And if she detects that she's low on health, she's going to use it. And you said that she didn't want to use it. Now, what could go on here? I have an adapter stat consideration where I check out if my current health is less than or equal 80%. That's when I start healing. The same schmorn is happening here with this dude. Can I use item? Wait, what? Aha. Am I detecting an adapter stat consideration for that ally is that he has to have lesser value than 95%. We're gonna have to play a bit more and see exactly when or why they break. From time to time, that's... Anyway. That was that. Then we had a problem with... generation. Should we tackle it? Level generator. Let's see. And level, I call level generator, I believe. Somewhere. Level generator. Generator. That's regarding when we're destroying the tiles. What do we add here? Yeah. Why don't you guys remind me that I have to commit? Huh? Simon. Gregor. Ah, Mr. Bonchill's here. See? Everybody say hello to Mr. Bustian. I can't... I mean, I'm gonna say it like that. Let's say that Mr. Gothar with H is like... I'm not gonna say it, but he's in the connection with the dude a bit, you know. So how's your job, dude? Working hard, huh? For the big man. Yo! Stretching my back, guys. You have better tools, but you reject them. Yeah, I figured it out, guys. I would probably turn Amish if I would be in Pennsylvania. Somewhere like that. I remember that a friend of mine once told me, yeah, that soon he's going to see that I'm gonna live off-grid and stuff like that. Is that a bad thing? I'm starting to think no. Gonna grow a big religious beard. Gonna grow my own crops. Stream from time to time. Make games. Have my own chickens. Garden. What else do you want? That's how it goes. Now, the problem. Back to the problem. I have a problem that this thing is generating for way too long. The whole level generation part is generated in 1 second. A little bit more. 1.4 seconds maybe. But the whole thing regarding the room generation, I think it takes a lot more. Now, I think something had to go very wrong when we started adding like challenge rooms, if I'm not mistaken. So if we go to level generator, I want to see where I drop that thing out. I think generation something. What's the generated in? Map generated in. Where do I spit this out? I have to change the tunes a bit. PS1, Oceans 2, Low Poly, Turtle, Intelligent DMB. Here we go. Map generated in here. So that's what's happening at the end. Then I emit level generation completed. But I have a room controller. And this room controller became a Goliath a bit later. So, unloading level by task value changed. What do I do here? Generate rooms. I do that. Let's kind of time it. What's going on with the dude? Why are you taking so long? Where do I have stopwatch? Do I use stopwatch? I don't use a stopwatch. Why don't I use the stopwatch? That's not okay. I know that I use that stopwatch class for that thing, for diagnostics usually. At least that's what I used here. Blop. Blop, and you guys gonna tell me that this is wrong. You have to do this that way and that way. I don't submit. I don't tap out. Even if it's madness. This is how I do it here with C#. And if I don't do it like that, I start... What is it called? I have a separate bash script for that as well. I'm gonna show it one day. Anyway. Not to complete. I'm gonna spit it out here. Room generation. Generated in tappity dappity da dap dap. Here we go. We're gonna be sniping this output. And we're gonna see if it's something funky. If it's something funky, let me just take a look. We call generate rooms, and in generate rooms I load all the arena resources and so on. And I call the generate room function. And I add it at the end. Don't ask why this is like that, please. And then I do stuff here. We'll see. I think that we took in account all of the rooms. There we go. Like this. Rooms generated and copying you. Nothing should happen right now because here I don't think we have any rooms in the test level itself, at least not for now. But as soon as we're gonna load, we're gonna see something. Okay, I'm gonna keep the game on the side monitor, just to see what's going on in the output of the console. Oh, it crashed. Good one. Happy day. For the United crew, huh? Going back to the left. Here. Dum. I have to make the mock shots and everything for the enemies. I still didn't have time. Rooms generated in 187 milliseconds. That's in the default one. That's not a lot, but here it's like 905, so that's not a problem. A second for room generation is not a problem. Map generated in this, and room generated in 905. That's less than 2 seconds. Where did I go wrong? I missed something. I'm trying to think why it's so long. Huh. My friend Havana is doing the game design and assets. He made this video if you want to peek at the target aesthetic. Yeah, of course. Sorry about it, dude. I didn't read it. I just saw that the dude Ustian G was writing. I completely forgot to read the message up there. Sorry about that, man. Crystal bit. Let me just mute the music. He's making assets. Making a card.
From this sketch to this mockup to this tradition in Godot.
Oh,
The first devlog of Grablings.
Grablings. Cool name.
Over the years, I've made a lot of games, mostly for game jams, but why not create something bigger? So I teamed up with my friend Crystalbit. What if we combine a card game with a city builder?
Slapping subscribe.
Let's create a grabbing so I can explain. This is a grabbling. Grablings can be grabbed and move around the map. You can assign them to structures where they will work. They work, eat and sleep, all in real time.
Oh, they look like naked chickens.
There are plenty of card types in the game. Some spawn things directly on the map. Others, like blueprint cards, let you stack resources to create buildings in the world. Resource cards can be stacked and stored. Use them to feed your grablings or to build more later. But what if you have too many cards in your hand? You can burn cards in the bonfire to expand your map. For the art style, we were thinking of something like Octopath Traveler, basically mixing 2D sprites with 3D structures. Only one problem, I've never done 3D modeling in my life. Let's try. Well,
Nice.
I think I can do better. Let's try again. Much better.
Chunkier.
So I kept going. Here's a henhouse and a laboratory. Please be kind, these are my first models. Now let's look at the bonfire. It was originally 2D, but why not give it more character and make it 3D? I started with a shader, tweaked the outline, added some big eyes and a smile, and after some final touches, here's the final bonfire. How cute is that? And
looks cute.
The final vision. A timer bar tracking the Graven's daily cycle, new car designs, all while the bonfires looks on as we move Gravis around. Of course, the prototype doesn't look like this yet. Crystalbit is working on the programming with placeholder graphics, while I focus on the art and design. So what do you think about the game? There's so much more to share about Grablings. Subscribe to the channel and join the Discord to follow development.
Seems like a simple concept, but it takes so long to implement. You telling me this thing? You don't have to explain anything to me. You know. I get you, man. If somebody gets you, I do. You know, there's like a meme. We're not doing this because we thought... No. What's the meme? Let me find it. Don't want to butcher it. There we go. I think I have to buy myself a flag or put it somewhere. You know, we do this not because it is easy, but because we thought it would be easy. That's the sad reality a lot of times. From my point of view, at least. Here we go. Rooms generated in 905 milliseconds. That's nothing. That's not hogging everything. So I don't have a problem here. I don't have a problem in the generator. What the F is doing the problem? What did I do? What did I do? What did I do? When did I mess with this thing up? Because in the level generator... POIs. Create POIs. I do this. I do this in the generator, right? This is within that function. Generate level. Yes. I get the time. Huh. Then I emit level generation completed. What goes on from here? I go to the level, on level generation completed. What do I do this here? I just load completed by task, change the flag on it. Yeah, of course. Complicating stuff when I shouldn't be. Spaghetti, spaghetti, spaghetti. Pathfinding generated, level generation completed. Yeah. Room controller. What do I do here? I start generating and we time that, so that one isn't a problem at all. But oh, the arena controller also shouldn't be a problem. F, 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 F. In the level itself, I have level chunking and everything, so that's not... Or is that starting to hog things down? Could it be? Okay, we're gonna take a look at the outputs again. What's going on exactly? Have to remove a lot of logs. It shouldn't be impacting the performance so much. So I'm looking for tutto completo, what it's gonna say. Clean. Boom. Ran out of candidates for POI. Okay, shop ended. That's not a problem. Shop ended is the last thing that gets printed out. What is that? Okay. Then we have some chunk creation. Rooms generated through. Okay. I'm starting to chunk stuff. Oh shit. I think I have a big problem because I'm making many more chunks that I should. If I make sense, like I have levels split up into many chunks. I have a basic tile map, but handling the tile map collisions and everything in the same thing is like wasteful and so on. So what I do is I split it up in different chunks and I basically cut up the level in 24 by 24 chunks. And I only load like neighboring chunks, the chunk the player is in, and a couple of neighboring chunks around the player. So that's where the simulation is going on. That's how we kind of keep the game performant. We try to keep it performant. But the problem we have is the thing that I'd introduced is, I think this one. If I take a look at the forest one, I made the map bound size 256 by 256, and that's kind of okay, but if I take a look at cavernous depths, 512 by 512. This is bothering me. 1411, 19 with size 24, and then again 24. How many chunks is that? I think that's unnecessary big amount of chunks, because we never have like a level so big. Simple math. 256. divided by 24, that's like 11 chunks. I should have 11 chunks at most. Or if I have 512 divided by 24, 21 chunks. But look at this. How many chunks? That's too much. So that's like a lot of overhead. Why? I know that I had a problem that we had like arena. Its room kind of spawned inside the main map. So I had to offset it to the right for, let's say, quite a lot. For 4,000 something. I think this is the issue what we have. And if I have something so far away, I get a feeling that it has to create many more chunks. And I believe this is our source for problem. And that's the thing that I introduced like last week. And this kind of goes well with the timeline. When the slowdown happened. Huh. I just want to see one thing. We have room controller. Let's go, not Google, let's look out for this number. 4094. I got a feeling that I use this one. Not mystery indicator. Terrain properties. No, no, no. World map container, what is that? That's for the Z index, not that one. Balloon, also not. Terrain props, nothing else related to this thingy. World offset. Wait a minute. 48 generated rooms counts. Wait up, wait up, wait up. There has to be an origin point for that somewhere. Room controller. Did I specify something here? If I have level, this is basically always procedurally generated. I have a room controller. Yep. 4,996. This means that I move every single room for 4,000 and something tiles to the right. It sounded like a good idea back then. But what happens now? We have an ungodly amount of chunks. So now the chunks that are being created is 4,096 divided by 224. That's 170 in one direction. And even more down below. And why did I do that? Because the thing kept bleeding into... Huh. Diff. No, history, something like that. There's like a command for file history. What happened here? World offset. I didn't mess with it. Maybe I can go with the room controller in the level. Level TCN. Here we go. Refactoring, scenario system. No, not this one. Huh. It was 256 by default before that. Aha. And our biggest world offset that we have is actually 512. I think we're gonna reduce the time significantly. And the chunk... Okay. Before we test it, I just want to see tutto completo. When it says tutto completo, I believe all chunking and everything happens. Tutto completo... Completo something. Chunks. Come on. For testing purposes, we go back here to the chunking system. Chunk controller. Create level chunks. Listing had to take a lot of time. We're gonna see if this is the problem. But we have a stopwatch. And we're gonna enable it here. We start it. And we stop it, and tutto completo is the thing that we actually output. Nowhere yet. But that's only for the chunking. Huh. I still have a feeling that that's causing a problem. We'll see. Anyway, if it's gonna be big, or if it's not gonna be big, we are wasting space. So we're gonna try to fix that. To complete 97 milliseconds only, but that was probably for the thing there. No. No. What do I do after that? On level loading completed. Okay. Let me just test it out by the feel. I'm gonna say 512. Because maybe something else down the line is messing with the chunks. One, two, three, four. I think it was a bit faster, wasn't it? We're gonna measure it anyway. But the problem is, where should I plug you in? The biggest test would be... where? That's a lot faster. If you take a look. But still, as I'm saying, measuring it. And if I level scenario, enable all the level changers. Let's go to the exit of this one. Not bad. I mean, the performance of this one was now much better. Let's see, this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's also faster. I think this one wasn't bad. Okay, this road isn't so heavily populated, so that's one thing. The other thing is that we gotta go to Cavernous Depths. That thing, I think, lasted about 15 to 17 seconds. So, realistically expecting, I believe that 8 seconds should be good enough. We'll see. Because it's big. I'm gonna cheat my way, I just don't wanna die. Shit. No! Ah! Freaking zombies. Anyway, we can even optimize it in a way that we take a look exactly where is the last place of the generated tile. So we don't have to have it even at 256. I mean, we always start at 0. That's the first down part. We start at 0. But we can make it optimized. So from the furthest left tile and furthest upper tile, like absolute left position, that would be the start where we would start chunking. But that requires some mental gymnastics on my side. I think loading is okay. Now this one is very narrow. Funny. Run to the hills. Run for your lives. No! Ah, of course, it had to spit me. Ah, for crying out loud, you know what? I wanted to avoid it, but let's take a look. If we modify the Elder Glade itself. Here's a custom plugin. And the Cavernous Depths, they're the biggest. And I'm gonna go here to Elder Glade Forest and slappity sloopy. Now when we start the game, we go directly to Cavernous Depths. That's basically how I do it for testing. There we go. First one. Now let's go up. Take a look if it's gonna take so long. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. I think it's bad. The cat jumped. I'm stop watching it now. Around 16 seconds. We gotta cut this down, man. Like a lot. We'll work on it. But I think I'm gonna grab something to eat. Getting hungry. Map generated in 11 seconds. What's going on now? Triple Jump Games is rating with 5 viewers. Thanks, dude. How's it going? Well, it's progressing, alright. We're not heavy on the content today, we are squishing bugs, you know? So that's a thing that we have to do on today. And kind of noticed, everybody noticed, that the game is loading too long. I know that this level is a bit bigger, I'd say. But still, it's loading around 17 seconds, something like that. And that's too much for another AAA game. It's a bigger level. I think I know where the problem could be. But yeah, we're gonna have to find something, definitely. Otherwise, guys, check out Triple Jump Games game Atomcraft. It's very cool. Also made with a Godot C# user, and it looks dope. Check it out. Wishlisted, as you know, guys, in the games, we live from wishlist. We live for them, at least now, before the release, you know? See? And by the way, Triple Jump Games, I was just about to go on a little lunch. On a little break. But okay. Anyway, I'm gonna quickly showcase you the new compendio that we've added. See? Chemistry, guys. Chemistry. In full swing. Very cool. Exactly. He beat me to raiding. Love how the water and everything moves. Love it. Can't wait to play it. So that's Atomcraft, guys. Go wishlist it. Support the fellow dev. Triple Jump Games. Here we go. Yeah, I'm gonna show you guys Benjo and then we go back. I mean, I'm gonna go grab something to eat and I'll start working on it again. Here we go. So we were adding like items that will support companions, and one of the items we added yesterday is a rat hat. And next item we added was compendio. So the thing is, you equip this thing and it automatically spawns like rats that are your companions, your allies. And if you play a tune to them, they become a bit more powerful. They get like attack speed bonuses, movement speed bonuses, and so on. So if I mute it, hopefully you'll hear it. But check it out. See? I become very slow because, you know, otherwise it's OP item. It deals also area of effect damage to the enemies, so that's why we had to do some penalties on the movement with this. But if you come to like trash mobs and so on, and if you have a lot of companions, this is something really cool. Let me play you the song of my people. And we have a fire breather there, which one is going to annihilate me. Hey, and by the way, this is not the starting area. This is the area where we debug how long it loads. So that's a thing. And that's a mini-boss. Chill, guys, chill. Here we go. Like that. So, I'm gonna meet my fate. To Valhalla we go. Okay, peeps, I'm gonna take a short break. I mean, short, relatively speaking. But I have to take it. I just have to go eat something. I'm hungry. I'm starving. And then I'm gonna continue. Okay? Hopefully the... Thanks, triple jump. Thanks a lot. So I'll be right back, guys. I didn't finish yet for today. We still have a long way to go. Bye. Ahoy! Back from the dead. And coffee number 2. I have to remove the short pause. Gather my thoughts. Where did I left? Here we go. Ah, map generated 5 something milliseconds. Hello. I wanted to see what happens with the generation and the cavernous depths, right? How fast it goes, or how slow does it go? Get the world play? Okay. Moving it to the left side. And let's take a look. Generated in. What's gonna happen? Map generated in 5 seconds. What is taking up the other thing? Wait up. Map generated, rooms generated. Yo, Mister. I'm measuring your time, and then I'm measuring which time. On level loading completed. Get submitted here. Get submitted by what? By the level itself. Recalculate and apply. That doesn't make sense. That's not an issue. Thanks, 23. I have a cup of coffee. I'm just waiting for it a bit to cool down. So there are gonna be probably some slurpy noises. You know. That's just how it goes. Ooh! Damn. I forgot today. I didn't go yet to the big... You know what. Gonna wait for it to kick in. Probably a bit more in the afternoon. Don't know why. Something's a bit different. That's in the coffee's fate. Agree. On level loading completed. What do I do here? I emit then this at the end. I want to know how long does it take that this starts working. I'm gonna make a stopwatch. Like private system diagnostics, something like that. Stopwatch. What do I do there? Ooh, I'm editing something on the top as well. So that's not good. Level loading. Like this. Gamer tip, don't victory sip hot coffee. Yeah. You have to add the noise, you know, like. And then when we start emitting that thingy, la 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 di da di do, la di da di da di la di do. Exactly. Well, level loading completed. Here's the place where I'm emitting this thingy. Yeah, let's level loading start. I'm gonna stop it. GD, print, level loading stopwatch. How do I print it? Milliseconds? I think I do that. Or do I? Let me just find that thing in here. Somewhere in the level chunk, something. Stopwatch. I print out milliseconds, I believe so. Tutto completo. Elapsed milliseconds. But we're gonna have to rename it. Before level loading completed. So what I'm doing now here is actually, I'm making a fool out of myself, that's the first thing, but I'm trying to get the part that takes the most time. So what I'm doing is I'm slicing, how should I say, like binary, I would say. If this log gets printed out before the whole thing is printed out, and how much time did it take to print that out, and so on, you know, that's how it goes. If I would have a proper, like, let's say a profiler, which I kind of I do, but I believe I have it wired up to a bash script. Capture. I have this thing. But I record only the 10 seconds and I have a warm-up time and everything here for speed scope. Huh. I wonder, how do I capture the whole project? You know, by all means, I don't write the bash scripts. I wrote this from... by the help of LLM, you know. Okay, anyway. Let's try the old school way first. Well, stopwatches are very effective for monitoring time, how long something takes. They're good for that. Especially they're good if you mess up that you don't initialize them. Like I did now. You know what? I think I can simply do this up here. Or... I could do it. I think I could. Why not? Here we go. They come in handy. I think they're the most primitive way of debugging stuff. I mean, measuring, optimizing it, so on. But you know, if it works, it works. You don't need the fancy graphs. You only need numbers. Numbers tell you everything. Even the sad fact that this is gonna be a flop regarding the wishlist count. But that's okay. It's the last Hail Mary. There we go. Before level loading, then I want to... Yeah, this is before level loading. I think I named this like stupid like that. Yeah. I should name it on level loading completed. Before level loading completed, emitted. Like that. I go up here. And now look at this thing. Here we go. It's taking a while. But it didn't print it out anymore. Why? 30 seconds. 13 seconds. That's a lot. You know what? It'd be smart if I unify this. So then I can simply look it up, like I would write stopwatch. I'll filter it through that. And then I know exactly which stopwatch is it's outputting stuff. And then here, at this dude. Level chunking completed. So somewhere already here is something going on. That's bad. So that took like 13 seconds. There's 4 seconds more, or just a second. MS, let me see the MS. Map generated in 6 seconds something. This generated in 900 and something. Tutto completo, so that's... Let's try to be simple here. So 617 something. What is the tutto completo? This one is giving me creeps. Oh, what do we do here? I don't believe I'm using the right stopwatch, do I? Huh. Aha, this was my old one that I've outputted here probably. I've changed it, of course. Okay, so this, if we calculate it, by the time level loading gets printed out, it's 13.5 seconds. And we almost take 8 seconds to generate the whole level, but... Huh. What is taking up 6 seconds? You know, if... Which part? If we print it out before level loading, we emit that thing. There's like 6 and something seconds that are missing from here. What's going on there? Where do I have that shit? Huh. It's gonna take some time. Anyway, thing we're gonna do is we have to commit. Probably, yes. 23 probably. But let's commit first. Let me see, did I made a mistake somewhere? Probably that I'm trying to load that, but okay, we're gonna commit before that. So git add, git commit, we're gonna say fix the pickaxe bug. Moving on area destroyed by the pickaxe, teleported player back to the nearest free spot. Added SFX to the pickaxe. What else did I do? That, and then I think we removed one second. All these were added. Iron pickaxe was modified. Elder Glade is modified temporarily. Move the level generation. I mean level chunking. Over the level rooms. Closer to the edge of the... Closer to the edge of the map. Started profiling the load times. Committing. Okay, saving this one. Somewhere I have to have a camera controller that triggers on level loading completed. Fade out, fade in, activate player camera. Level loading completed gets emitted when? In the level itself. So I should be looking for signal name. Yes. And before we emit that, we already have 13 something seconds. Curses. And this gets trigger unloaded completed by task value change. Yeah, dictionary stuff. Why I thought this was good idea, I don't know, I can't remember, but back then it seemed a genius idea. Yeah. Poor fella. But I'm gonna assign a breakpoint here. I'm gonna slippity slap F5 and see what calls this. Try to look the call stack. Coffee. Okay. This is the first level. I don't care about the first level yet. Finished room generation. I expect in this next level is going to be the same one. As we get to this part, but it's gonna take a while. Stay a while and listen. Here we go. Finished room generation. This is async. Okay. Yo, pathfinding, init grid. Could you be so long? Let's make a stopwatch. Stopwatch. Talking about a stopwatch. Stop. And swiggity swooty. Here we go. Stopwatch. Plat finding. Now this could be having like a lot of seconds. I'm sure of it because it's big. But what's the A-star region size? This is just initializing, huh? Do I take anything from the level itself? A-star grade. How big is it? Level resource style size, that's okay. But what's then there? That's cell size. Nothing specially. Region. Map bounce position. So that's 512 by 512 probably, but max level bounce, what is that? We're gonna take a look at that. Maybe we're trying to init too big of a grid. Definitely. Let me just see if I log this. Okay, before level loading completed, no. Then I have pathfinding controller. Stopwatch, pathfinding init grid stopped. Or grid generated in. And I'm guessing that this kind of takes about 5-6 seconds, something like that. It could be. It could be, it could be. The reason for our sadness. Because I never like use 500 by 500 tiles. That's how much? It's a lot, huh? Let's calculate it a bit. Calculator, Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's 260,000. That's a lot. We'll see the console. Pathfinding init grid generated in 0 milliseconds. Why? Why? Wait a minute. I don't do anything with it, right? Stopwatch. I initialize new one. I don't start it. Yo! Yo! Okay, pathfinding init grid generated in 220 milliseconds. That's the normal one. Nothing special about this one. But if we go here, let's see the number here. This is a bigger Goliath to worry about. See? 5 seconds, guys. 5 seconds. And that's not a small thing. But why the hell Where is the init grid being called? I call it, I call it, I call it, I call it. From where? Level generator. Here in generate level. Then why the hell is this end time so low? This is something wrong. I should have different metrics here. I mean, not this end time. That's wrong. And start time. What did I do here? Something wrong. And it's not even measuring the whole thing. Huh. We have to start it. We're starting it. And we're gonna print it as the last thing. Starting again. Slay Goliath, exactly. But path init grid generated in 5 something milliseconds, that's a lot. I think that we're wasting a lot of stuff here. I'm looking also for the obstacles and everything here, and that's using like physics behind it. So I know this is kind of wasteful for now, but we're gonna have to come up with a thing to optimize it. We'll see. It's gonna be interesting. Okay, tell me, this didn't print out? I think I used the correct prints, or let's go to level generator. Stopwatch, level generating completed. Why don't I see you anywhere in here? Level generating completed. What the hell? Didn't I save it? Did I save it? I think I saved it. Look at this. Maybe it's too far in the log. I don't see the print anywhere. Okay, I'm gonna restart again. Because I'm pretty sure that I saved that. Yeah, and I had a missed. Let's look for it. I'm just gonna look for the stopwatch. Clearing it now and looking for the new output. And the other thing is that I'm trying to watch the different function. Come the fuck on. Oh, sorry about that. I was looking at the debug function that I had for something else. Yo. You can't cry, you can just laugh. That's just how it is. That's just how it is. Let's see the stopwatch. Level generating completed. 5 seconds 63. That's okay. Yeah, and then pathfinding in the grid generated in a larger time. So you guys see that pathfinding is nasty. Because in the grid itself... Okay, he killed me. Never mind that. And the grid itself... If we take a look at the full... No, this is actually Cavernous Depths 1. Threat 3, that's okay. But then what we do here is at map generation, we have like fixed walkable tile count, which is 500. But the problem with the grid is I am iterating over every single one of them, right? 1 second. Pathfinding a level controller, because somewhere here I had to do something very stupid. And I iterate over... Huh. What are you doing, dude? What is that? Saltwater taffy. Okay. Okay. Very nice of you, man. One thing, if I have region size X and region size Y here and I iterate over every single one of them, I have like vector 2 I point. And I take a look if this thing has obstacle, no matter if it's within the freaking map, walkable map or so on. This doesn't make any sense. I could early return it, or... Let's do it. I could say, yo, the problem here I have is that the grid is not dependent on the level itself, on the level generator. That's why it's iterating over everything, and that kind of sucks. It sucks balls. So if I take a look where I init this one, if I would call another one from the generator one, and I could pass in actually the thing that is walkable, or and only check the area that is actually marked as walkable. That means that it would, instead of doing 250,000 checks, casts and so on, I would be only doing 5,000. I ate a few pieces, wonder how hard it was. Oh, that's cool, man. Yo, dude, if you want to eat something good that we have here from Prekmure, where I live. You have to try this, but I'm not the right address actually to translate this to you, but you know, you have to trust the translation services nowadays. They're good. Try to eat this once. I'd say it's something worth committing a crime over. Gibanica. Prekmurska gibanica, that's... Whew. Oh boy. Like, I'm in trouble, my swimming waist is in trouble. Rim controller init grid, why? What the fuck? Yo, now this is next level stupid. I init the grid, the whole grid, how the map is, and then for each room I init the grid again. Wow. Finish room generation is like only for one. Okay, what if... So this is only being called from the initial tile map, and when is this triggering? Generate level. That's okay when it's false. No, dude, that's like poppy, I think it's in it. Apple, cottage cheese, nuts, walnuts, I'd say. And some... You have to try it one day, man. You really have to try it. Init the grid, A-star grid, why do I have... Wait a minute. Aha. In generate level, I generate initial A-star grid, and this one is already taking in account the thing that can be skipped, I think. See, I wasn't that dumb. At least I think so. So if it's within the bounds, I'm going only for the bounded area. 512 and 512, that's still stupid. Huh. If you're gonna ever feel adventurous, tell me how it felt. And then the pathfinding controller. I call init grid with a parameter passed in. Init to grid 2. Okay. Because I only set it like that. Uh-huh. Okay. Get it. But do I really have to set all the points solid? Wait a minute. Set point solid. Disables or enables the specific point for pathfinding. Useful for making an obstacle. By default, all points are enabled. Node calling is not needed after. Okay. What's the size of this thing? Do I set the size somewhere? Region. Map bounds. Huh. That's too big. One second. See, the place like this, I don't mind calling in a good old LLM. Single performance. Having unnecessarily large map bounds. I think I should only store the values. I'm brainstorming a bit with the dude. Don't mind me. The message you submitted was too long. Please submit your something shorter. Well, I don't have anything shorter for you, Mr. ChatGPT. Only long stuff. That's how it goes. The full allocated map is in several places, but the actual generated content only occupies the region between your edge tiles. Duh, of course. The wasted work compounds across multiple passes, of course. That's what I'm telling you. Now you tell me the numbers. The actual content fits between leftmost edge tile, rightmost edge tile, highest edge tile, lowest edge tile. You could clamp this loop to those bounds instead. Exactly, that's where I'm going. Generate noise map, same story. You allocate and fill map width, map height, full bounce, noise, erase. Then only read values within the edge tile rectangle. Yeah. The wasted cells scale quadratically with how much empty margin you have. Create tile map, spawn flora. These already correctly clamped to starting X, ending Y. So they're fine. The practical fix depends on what map bounce actually is relative to your content. A few questions worth asking yourself. How much wasted margin is there typically? If your walkers only use 60% of the allocated bounce you're doing, yeah. You could relocate the noise array, blah blah blah. Huh. Thinking about initial A-star grid. whole map takes like 6 seconds to generate with A star. Run, squirrels, run. Okay. We're gonna try with this margin thing, because I already have the leftmost edge tile and highest edge tile, rightmost and lowest. I use it a lot of times. Definitely. When I populate the points of interest and so on. Now this is spinning at me. And I could say that instead of passing in the whole map bound thingy, I could go with this one. So minimum X, minimum Y. Okay. Margin itself is border size. I think I have border size 3 by default, something like that. Now this one is... Wait a minute. It's calling the init grid. Here, but I don't measure the init grid of this one. That's the one that's slapped in. The problem is that I have in the room controller, right? I think this is the pathfinding. Come on, this one. This is stupid. Huh. Which rebuilds the entire grid from scratch, of course. I came up with that. Don't re-init, just patch the room tiles into the existing grid, exactly. Then I have level room. Room stamps their tiles into the level tile map. I do that, I know that. You need 2 things, collect the stamped global positions during... So when I stamp the level to the main thingy here, it says that I should collect it. All the stamped cells and so on. Kinda makes sense. But why you complain? Aha, because it's void. Yo. I'm returning stuff here now. So instead of rebuilding the whole pathfinding, we're gonna be doing something else. And then the generate here. At the end we patch A-star grid. Everything else should stay the same probably. Let me check it out. That's the same. Nothing here changed. I extract the markers from the images. I basically expand the arena levels. We'll see. This one could be a bit trickier. We're gonna see. But definitely, like, rebuilding the whole thing didn't make too much sense. And that's when you test stuff. Trying to make it work the first time is the goal. And then in finish room generation, we drop this. Init grid. We'll see. There are a lot of changes now here. Not sure if anything works. I know the outline, how it's supposed to work now. We just basically want to build the tile map around the whole thingy. If I make sense. One second. But what do I pass in here? So I have a patch A-star grid. I pass in the pathfinding controller, stamped cells, and I take the grid. Okay. And if it's not in bounds, well, this is never gonna be in bounds. Yo, it's never gonna be in bounds, I know of it. Now, the possibility would be that we would like patch the whole A-star grid with updated values and so on, or other possibility would be that we would have a separate grid that's much smaller. But then again, we have to like track, you know. You're on this grid now, you're on that grid now. We'll see how many times it explodes. Oh, you died on me, of course you did. Out of bounds, huh? Out of bounds, out of bounds. I'm gonna get epilepsy. Revert. Back to the old good old brain power that got us here the first time. Mission abort. Everything stopped working. No. Kill it. Wow. You know what? You know what? I'm gonna reward you. I'm gonna reward you. I'm gonna leave you. I'll leave you as well. You seem good. This one. Pathfinding controller. Okay, only profiling here. Yeah. $23, thanks for being here, man. Have a great night. I'll keep on grinding. Thanks, buddy. Of course it's out of bounds. You know what? The first check isn't that bad. The second one, when I don't pass in the parameter of the whole thing, that is the hog of war. If I go to pathfinding controller, when A-star is passed in, that's okay. That's already built one. but this one do here, which is basically called now every time. This one is taking a lot. And what do I do here? I take the whole region of map bounce. You got this, Compendio. What if I could get the all... This is only for initialization. If I could get all the values of the map that's generated, and it's like walkable, and all the values of the rooms that's walkable. So the level room, if I have something in here, do I store something cool? Hash set, some kind of hash set, come on. Bit tiles, walkable tiles. I store them, but why do I use a freaking Godot array that's slow? 4 months ago. What was I smoking here? Populate walkable tiles, wait a minute. Walkable, what is walkable? What is freaking walkable? Aha. Yeah, that's some magic coming from the algorithm, how I'm generating some stuff, returns booleans and so on. But walkable tiles? Aha. When I'm setting the cells, this has to be passed in as Godot collections array. And I have a walkable set here as well. Okay, if we're gonna try to keep it simple for now. I have walkable tiles from each room. If I populate liquid area, that's also good. It's still walkable. It doesn't matter if the liquid's on it or not. That's okay. But I privatized it. It's time to make it public. Accessible to good old workers. Okay. These are the walkable tiles. And init grid. Existing tile map. This is going to be only called if I don't have anything in here. It's basically completely creating a new grid. What if I create another version of it? It's not gonna be as beautiful. But I could say, for example, if I have public void init grid, and instead of passing a star grid and so on, I would say, I don't know, public void init grid, just a simple hash set, vector 2i, walkable tiles, like this, and I'd basically steal this thing that I have here. Slap it here. Pathfinding init grid generated in optimized grid generated in this. And then I'd say, if I have walkable tiles, find the top left, top right, bottom right, bottom left tiles. Those are gonna be the bounds. Iterate over the overall walkable tiles. And what's the thing? The point is solid or not? Is point solid? Just a second. Returns true if point. By default, all points are enabled. If it's obstacle, I set it to true. Okay, so I find the top left, top right, and bottom left tiles. Those are gonna be the bounds. Then I iterate over all walkable tiles. Collisions. Set the A-star region. If collision happens, that's gonna be new. Mm-hmm. Ooh. Ooh. Doggy getting excited. So, my dude is spitting this out at me. The implementation. Found min x. Min y. Max x and max y. Basic fetch. I don't understand why it wants to add one tile margin, so edge tiles have proper neighbors in the grid. Okay. In tile size. That's okay. Then I create a new region out of this. That's good. Jumping and enabled. A-star grid update, okay. I iterate over everything, and if everything starts solid, we only carve out walkable tiles, exactly. This avoids iterating the full region and calling position has obstacle per call. Yeah, but I have to set it solid. Of course, I have to. By default, all the points are enabled, so I have to do that. But then in the walkable tiles, I check the position has obstacles. That's what I told it to do. But debug is like having a completely different one, so I don't have that now. Okay, now this is the new implementation of this thing. But generate initial A-star grid now has to be modified a bit. Here I have it. And I'm doing all the mumbo jumbo stuff in here, which I don't have to. Because... wait a minute. Walkable tiles equals to floor tiles. That's okay. Because the floor tiles are always going to be updated. I don't know why did I have like that here. Anyways. Old sins, guys. Old sins. Now for the ordinary thing, that is going to be cold, but we still didn't fix the room, level room. And here, when I init grid, I have a problem. This is always going to be like in generated level, so Those things are there, but what if I try to debug it and test it in the freaking pre-made level? What if? Okay, first thing that I'm gonna need here is like the hash set, vector2i, all walkable tiles in rooms. So for each, I don't know, do I have room reference here? I do somewhere. Rooms, generated rooms or something. I don't. Generated rooms, of course I do. Okay, I'm getting all of them. Plus, I want to have every single one of them added from the generator itself. And here I could slap in, if I'd say currently loaded level generator or something. Come on, do I have the access to you? Here I do. Floor tiles. Is that a function? Could I add all the floor tiles? Is there a possibility to add arrange? No, not really, huh? Floor tiles is what? It's a hash set. Union or something? No. That's probably gonna be slow as well, huh? Keep it simple, stupid. Don't look at me. Has to be faster than that. Look at that. Look at that. Much faster. Smoother. Taking all from the level generator and then slapping all from the generated rooms. Only problem that in the first level I don't generate the rooms. I think this is where we're gonna have the pain point, at least for now, but we're gonna get rid of that shit soon. So here we init grid with all the walkable tiles. And we could avoid this first init, I believe, in the level generation. Actually, we have to have it. I rely on it a bit. But this is gonna be much faster. I think so. Problemos. Problemos. But where? I can keep it kind of simpler. I could say if global currently level controller, currently loaded level resource, generate map. That's a boolean, right? Yep. I slap all of these things in. Otherwise, I'm gonna call the full init. Because that level is definitely small, it's not generating anything big. At least I think so. Let me just compare it to the old way of doing it. Yeah, so in the end, I called init grid and rooms generated, and that's it. And I only now go this way if it's procedurally generated. That's a little safety. Companjo. Yup, that seems like it worked for the first one. We don't have the error here. But if now this is where we're gonna measure the performance, what happened. I'm gonna write stopwatch. And when we go load, I wanna see how fast does it go. Much faster, guys. Like, much faster. We just have to take a look if it works. So before level loading, I think we cut it in half. From no, even more. I think we had like 17 seconds. We shaved it. We shaved it. Let me see if all the pathfinding works well. But my, oh my, this seems to be working better, I believe. I have to get them to the corridors. I want to see all the edges. If something's wrong on the edges. Or whatever it has to be wrong. Oh, they seem to find me. They seem to find me very well. Oh, here's a boss one. Come on. Catch me in the tunnels. Well. Aha, something's triggering them. They want to go there. Yo! Wow, 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 wow. That was a knockback. I don't think I'm gonna walk normally ever after that again. But look at this, we had 17 seconds. Now if we're gonna count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. And I was counting fast. Much better. From 17 to that, that's a... Progresso. Oh, I have to make them appear more frequently. They freaking heal. They're super rare, but they heal like... they're minions! No! I'm happy. Happy. Can't explain it. Now we just have to see if everything is still working like in the dungeons and so on. In the arenas. Because you know how it goes. You fix one thing, you broke another. That's a sad reality from time to time. Okay. Let's see. Elder Glade, and then here copying and pasting it to the first level. I'm doing this because I want to test the arenas at least. That was good enough. Remember, guys, we're looking for a hole where we're gonna test the pathfinding there. This one. If she runs off, we're screwed. We're screwed. She's running into the abyss. Problem. Huh. I think the problem is that these walkable tiles with room, I believe they're not like globally positioned, or are they? Level generator floor tiles, nothing wrong with that, but this generated room, all walkable tiles. This is like locally placed, isn't it? I think we're gonna have to convert them to a global tile map. Walkable tiles. What's going on here? Yeah, width. That's a normal thing, not taking into account its global position or anything. That was victory fanfare too early, but all good. Room world offset. I actually have this. Global cell position. Why didn't I use that? Yo. If I go down here, I slap this one in. So it takes in world offset in cells plus the offset in finish room general simple and keeps level room clean. I'm gonna try to take them from here. And if I go back to the pathfinding thingy, when I init the grid, is that here? I'm not sure. Do I do that here? I think I do it somewhere else. In the room controller, I believe. And here, and instead of that, I would do this. Wonder what happens now. Yeah. It's never too early to celebrate. You'll have to celebrate twice. You're still here, buddy. You need some Z's, buddy. Yo, by the way, time for some bossa nova for the last couple of minutes of the stream. Final Fantasy VII Bossa Nova. Here we come. Ah. I think we nailed the generation, buddy. I think we did it. Look at this cool map. There's like a mini river, mini lake here. Me gusta. Aha. What are you reading? Which book, buddy? Let's see, if she's gonna be suicidal, there's something wrong. And the mistress seems to be fine. Not so suicidal anymore. Mistborn by Brandon Sanderson. Have to look it up. I gotta look it up. Okay, let's see others if they're gonna be suicidal. Missy, you go wait here. I'm just gonna hide here in the corner. Observe them. Dude wrote a trilogy with magic made from ingesting and burning different metals. Wow, that sounds like a recipe for a disaster. You know, if like a young mind reads it. Well, but then again, I think that Darwin would handle that pretty much earlier. So yeah. Sounds cool. Oh. Get away, eat some arrows. Snap. Snap dab crap. Metal plate. Not enough fonts. Yo. There we go, Mrs. Anna. We snipe from here. All the baddies. I kind of see that there's a issue with the background. It's being cut off. We're gonna have to do something about it. Huh. You get some, you lose some, that's what they say. Yo, they're nasty. Now that I see that, how they're behaving, I think we could go and create an enemy that's like pushing them down constantly. You know, that you can't really stun lock. It goes towards you as held and constantly knocks you back, like area of effect. It would work like a bulldozer. There we go. One more time. Checking the loading times. Did I get any new errors? Yeah. Not really. Good. That loaded fairly quickly. Yo, Voltor. It became much more expensive. Yeah, Campanjo and Rat Hat. We have to modify it. I think that our loot drop is a bit off. I have to be spawning like more normal items in this area. Anyway, guys, thanks for watching. Coffee kicked in, and that's a perfect way of ending the stream. So, everybody, have a nice rest of your day. I'm gonna keep on working offline a bit, but I'll be streaming again tomorrow. 23, good night, buddy. And I'll be posting an update a bit later in the day.